Roots of the Councillor Morley. I see you there. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Counselor. Good to see you. Can you hear me okay?
Hey, I hear you. I don't hear Sandy sing though. Her
No,
Roots,
I'm not
ground
getting any
control.
audio.
Pardon?
I'm not getting audio from the room yet either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they might just be getting set up.
But they haven't, like, nothing has started because I can't hear anything. I can't really see anything. I see you, like in a little box.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my to stack, but looks like we don't have quorum in the room yet, so we might just be waiting a little bit. Let's
Okay,
see.
but
Councillors, this is Sandra from the clerk's office. I'm remote. They are just setting up, and I have asked for a sound check. So they'll be with you momentarily, but I can hear you and speak. I'm sure everybody else.
Yeah, I was going to give you that ground control to Major Tom,
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Sandra.
Keep us posted. We're in orbit here. Okay.
Not a problem.
Good morning. It's Councillor Fletcher. Can you hear me? Can't hear you.
Good morning, Councillor Fletcher. I can hear you okay.
I can't hear you.
No? Okay.
I don't know if it's my phone or what.
You're coming through.
So, Councillor Fletcher, I'm assuming you're here because of this, the island master plan, right?
Yeah, and the bridge. James has a great motion. I have another motion here today.
Okay, so when are we going to, allow every Torontonian to be able to use this beautiful park unfettered, like be able to go back and forth?
Well,
Bikes, scooters, mopeds.
I'm going to be putting some information forward about the ship channel. So I'm afraid that a lot of people don't understand the economy of the waterfront and the role that little gap has.
So does that mean that the economy of the waterfront is a barrier to people being able to use the island as a park? Unfettered?
Yes, because you can't cross the Eastern Gap. You have to find a different way. So
I thought you were here to propose a way to cross that this morning, fill it in or something.
I thought you cared about the economy, Councillor.
I love the economy, but I love the island more.
Well, I guess you'll have to hear. I'm sure you'll hear from Ports Toronto and Toronto Industry Network and everybody else that the number of ships that pass there, there's 2/3.
All right, we're going to get started. We have quorum.
Oh, hi.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey, Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. We have quorum, so I call meeting 15 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we are meeting in different locations today, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The speaker's name can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee link at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speaker's box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at iec@toronto.ca to help with the motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I will move to confirm the minutes from May 28th meeting, 2024. Councillor Pasternak is moving the minutes. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. We have 7 items of agenda on the agenda today and quite a few new business items that are being introduced. So we will now do the run through. IE 15.1, serving climate-friendly meals through city services, cool food pledge commitment and food-related greenhouse gas emissions. I will hold as there are speakers on this item. IE 15.2, Toronto Island Master Plan. I will hold as there are speakers on this item. There will also be a 10-minute staff presentation. IE 15.3, Annual Winter Maintenance Report. There will be a 10-minute presentation, so I will hold that. IE 15.4, Building Emissions Performance Standards, Design Principles and Development Plan. I will hold as there are speakers on that item. IE 15.5, Sewers and Water Supply Bylaws 2023 Compliance and Enforcement Annual Report. Would anybody like to hold the item? Move the item? Councillor Sachs would like to hold 15.5. 15.6, Tanker Truck Incidents and Community Safety. I have a motion to defer. This is an item that Deputy Mayor Cole has been heavily involved in and had a member's motion to bring here. So we are going to defer this to the September 27th, 2024 meeting of the Infrastructure Committee so that he can be there. So I will move deferral. All those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. IE 15.7, Review of Standard Operating Procedure for Off-Road Vehicles in Parks. This is a letter that was brought forward by Councillor Bravo. Councillor Sachs will move. All those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. Okay, that brings us to items to... Okay, so these ones are already introduced and they are online, so we can proceed to votes on these if people don't want to hold them. 15, we have to add them first? Okay, so 15.8, option to fund and expand the H2O to go water trailer program. Councillor Pasternak is adding that to the agenda. So we'll vote first to add it to the agenda. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. On the item which has been advance circulated, all those in favor, did you want to say 2 minutes?
Yes.
Go for it.
Just very, very briefly, this was triggered by calls to our office for enormous demand for the H2O to go water trailer program. A organization did have the water truck booked, and the booking was canceled by the city because another group, a larger group, wanted it. And we can't have a system operate like that where we have secure bookings and then we cancel them because a bigger group wants them. So we did see them at Downsview Park on Canada Day, and it's wonderful to see it. But there's enormous demand for it, so we want to explore the expansion of it. So I will move the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item passes. 15.9, this is a new introduction as well by Councillor Pasternak. Building a permanent safety barrier along the Leaside Bridge to prevent suicide attempts. We'll vote first on introducing the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Councillor Pasternak, would you like to say a few words on this one and we can release it as well?
No, we just had a tragic incident recently on the bridge where it did affect a resident in our ward. So we did get a request to explore the feasibility of a permanent barrier on the Leaside Bridge. So we'd like staff to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Fletcher, I have something. It's my ward. Thank you.
Would you like us to hold this, or did you just want a few minutes to speak to it?
Well, I'd like Councillor Pasternak to set a time because I have been speaking to the local police superintendent about this very matter after this terribly tragic accident where 2 people were killed. And I'm wondering, Councillor, if you would please set a date for a future meeting, at least to get an initial thinking about it, because I understand staff have been looking at something, but we've not had a report. So
All
it's
right.
your motion. Would you consider that, please?
Yes, I do consider that a friendly amendment. So what we'll do, Councillor Fletcher, is we'll put a report back by date on it.
Will you
I'll hold
please, and for this, for 2024?
Yes, no, I think we can do September is reasonable.
Oh, okay.
So,
And then I hope you'll join me in meeting with the local police superintendent and city staff to really further explore this sometime this month.
yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you very much for your letter, Councillor.
You're welcome.
Councillor Pasternak, do you want to amend this to September, or do you want to wait and talk to them and tell us the date? We can hold it for,
Well, could we,
little bit.
I would be happy to take a friendly amendment for the next scheduled Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting.
okay, September 27th. Okay. Any other speakers to this item? I think we can make that amendment. Okay.
We can make, that's a friendly amendment. We can move the motion as a package with the amended date.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Pasternak. Okay, so there's a few items to introduce, i.e., the next item is developing a rat reduction plan for Toronto. This is a letter from Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Morley. Deputy Mayor Morley, would you like to introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and, sorry, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Bravo, for their leadership on this issue. It is one that is flaring up, and we'd like to have staff take a look at what we're able to do on a more permanent, sustainable basis.
Okay, so this has just been posted. Does the committee want to hold it to continue to read it, or would you like to release it at this point?
Yeah,
Okay, we'll hold it so that people can read that. I know that Councillor Bravo needs. Did you just want to say a couple minutes about it now, or? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. This has come to our attention. Many of us in the community would know that residents are increasingly complaining about the presence of rats in the community. We're not alone. The City of Ottawa, Region of Peel, Province of Alberta, New York City, Chicago, Washington, D.C. are all putting in major programs for rat prevention and reduction. And one of the things that we have to think about is the damage to infrastructure they cause, and also the spread of disease. A couple of things to mention from the letter is that during construction, the ground shakes and rats are released into the community without any management plan. The places where we have a lot of construction, we're experiencing that. And we need to put some strategy in place to make sure, look at that, how we can manage that before they come into neighborhoods. Currently, there's no requirements around that. Commercial businesses and poor waste management is something we have to look at, especially as we broaden zoning permissions for food service in neighborhoods. Their business improvement areas have limited tools and are contacting us as well around this question. We don't have a system right now in Toronto to respond to the presence of rats on public properties. And the pickup of dead rats isn't permitted by Toronto Animal Services. That's putting people in a really difficult position, whether you're a resident or a small business. There's problems of poor building maintenance, and then the damage to infrastructure they can cause includes breaking down clay pipes, electrical systems, vehicle engines, and massive breeding can contribute to sinkholes. So I'm hoping that we will be able to empower the city manager's office, and I've been very grateful to work with the staff in the city manager's office and to speak to all the impacted divisions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you. I think Councillor Nunziata wanted to.
Just a minute, yeah. Thank you for that, because I've had that issue in my ward too. Whenever there's new development or city doing work, there's rats everywhere, and they've been, calling the city, and we're saying, well, there's nothing we can do. But, it is an issue. I've received a lot of complaints on that, so thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay, so we'll hold that so people have time to to read it, and then we can debate that later if needed. The next item is an introduction. There's a letter from Councillor Fletcher, Revitalized Infrastructure for the 21st Century Portlands. So I will move that we add this to the agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? Likewise. Councillor Fletcher, did you just want a minute to speak to this, and we'll hold that so people can read it for later?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we all know that the lift bridge across the shipping channel has been stuck and up for quite a long time, forcing all vehicles, industrial, pleasure, everybody to go across this little Bailey Bridge that the city owns over the discharge channel. And it's only a one-lane bridge. It now draws our attention to the fact that that needs to be upgraded. So I am putting this motion today, hopefully that this can come back. There can be a quick plan to get this sorted out. It's been very difficult for everybody over the last 2 months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll hold that so everybody has time to read that. The last one is 5 impactful actions to improve congestion. This is a letter that I'm submitting, and this is there will now be the report backs on congestion and construction coordination in September. So I'm asking city staff to report back on 5 projects that can meaningfully be accelerated to improve congestion in the city. I know there's a lot of talk about the Gardiner right now. That construction will go on for several years. There's a lot of talk about the Ontario line. That will go on for several years. What are things that are close to completion that we can push forward a little bit faster to have meaningful, some meaningful change and improvement? Also, we have the special events action teams that are launching, so it's asking to have the criteria and the decision framework brought before us for that. Plan to use additional traffic modeling to make decisions, and a report back on all the previous requests we have, including the block the box, road occupancy, congestion management, and peak hour delivery. So we'll move that on the agenda, and then I will leave that for people to read. So all those in favor of introducing to the agenda? All those opposed? That's on the agenda, and we can hold that until people have time to read that and hopefully quick release that one later. So that brings us back to the top of the agenda. So the first item is serving climate-friendly meals through city services, the Cool Food Pledge commitment, and food-related greenhouse gas emissions. We have 8 speakers, I believe, on this item. I'll call you out in groups of 3 so you can get ready to go next so we can keep this moving smooth. Our first speaker is Nital Jathala. Do we have Nital online in the room? Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. It's nice to see you all again, and thanks for having me. My name is Nithal. I'm on the board of directors for several local plant-based organizations, including the Toronto Vegetarian Food Bank, for whom I will be speaking today since our executive director, Matt Noble, is out of town. First, we want to say that we appreciate the staff recommendations on this item and the fact that this can be a complicated transition with so many stakeholders. When we spoke at this committee last September, Veg Food Bank and Forward Food had just finished a full-day plant-based culinary training for cooks from city-run shelters. And as you may have read in the report for this item, earlier this year, Toronto Shelter and Support Services, or TSSS, signed HSI Canada's Forward Food Pledge and is now working to increase their plant-based meal offerings at these shelters, which now puts TSSS well on its way to meeting its Cool Food Pledge commitments. We're already working with shelter food and nutrition service managers to plan culinary trainings for shelter chefs and developing recipes to ensure the transition is done in a sustainable and cost-effective way that is also appealing to clients. In fact, we're currently working on African recipe development with an African chef for TSSS to provide high-quality nutrition and care to the recent influx of African refugees who are currently using Toronto shelters. As you know, most of the 100,000 plus refugees who entered Canada last year alone have stayed in Toronto. So today we have 2 small recommendations for the committee to consider. Our first recommendation is simply that a timeline be added to the executive director's recommendation number 1. Second, and more importantly, we request you add an amendment to recommendation number 2 that all future consumption-based emissions reports include a more comprehensive comparative analysis between the financial and environmental costs of animal and plant-based proteins. Because updates on Toronto's Cool Food Pledge and C40 Good Food City commitments are now part of the annual Transform TO status updates, this is important and doable. We're happy that there's a new intensity analysis included in this report comparing emissions, nutrition, and cost, as well as beef replacement ratios. and that the report noted that plant-based, quote, plant-based protein sources such as legumes and pulses alongside soybeans and tofu present numerous benefits compared to animal-based protein sources. Again, kudos to the staff on this work. This kind of intensity analysis in future reports and transformed TO status updates, and the ability to see a clearer dollar for dollar per kilogram of protein comparison of replacing beef with the different approaches and proteins laid out in Attachment A, report that accompanies this item, would be very useful, and perhaps even inspire other cities looking to follow Toronto's lead. And as a reminder to this committee, as we last spoke in September, plant-based foods can be 10 to 50 times cheaper than animal-based counterparts, even per 100 grams of protein. Last year's consumption-based emissions inventory reports noted the benefits of plant foods and the extremely high emissions of beef and lamb, and broke food into categories like meat, dairy, fruits, and veggies. But there wasn't any real comparison between different animal and plant-based proteins. Even though we do delineate between animal and plant proteins, like legumes, nuts, seeds, and different kind of plant milks, for our annual cool food reporting, as they are mandatory reporting categories. We're also happy to see in the intensity analysis that emissions from soy milk are more than 4 times lower than emissions from cow's milk. The city procures a lot of dairy, and there should be an opportunity to greatly reduce emissions by making soy milk the default option, while keeping cow's milk as an option to preserve choice. And again, as we last spoke in September, making plant-based options the default option can increase uptake by 40 to 60% plus. While we wait for managers to report back on what combination of climate-friendly foods are feasible to meet the dietary needs and food preferences of populations being served by the 3 city divisions, we wanted to note the opportunity for collaboration for long-term care to have a similar plant-based culinary training day with Veg Food Bank and Forward Food as a way to get feedback from city staff and SSLTC residents. Given staff concerns about SSLT's residents not getting enough protein with plant-based foods, or finding that plant-based meals are not well received, it seems that working with us, given our collective plant-based nutritional and culinary expertise and the high satisfaction rates through our training days, will be a good way to start working on this, mirroring what we did with the shelters. Finally, I'd like to remind the committee that as amazing as the progress is towards Toronto's Cool Food Pledge commitments, we do have broader nutritious plant-based commitments as a good C40 good food city. Plant-based foods are not just more carbon friendly, but healthier, and the city can accomplish multiple policy objectives through this work. In closing, we thank the staff and this committee for all your hard work making Toronto a leader on climate-friendly foods. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation, and 5 seconds to spare. Appreciate that. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, Nital, thank you very much for your presentation. I take it your group continues to be willing to offer free cooking classes to and coaching to any of the chefs in any of the city facilities that are serving meals.
Correct.
All right, and in terms of the cost of moving to more plant-based meals, have you done an analysis of that?
For Toronto specifically?
For Toronto specifically, or do you expect, how do you expect moving to more plant-based meals will affect the city's costs?
Oh, I mean, when we were last here, we spoke of Vancouver's analysis, I recollect, and even though there's a significantly lower amount of food served, even in this report, the intensity analysis and other graphs show, I think it was 3% that in terms of total food purchase for ruminants and meats at 40% of the emissions. But if there's research that shows there's broad research that shows 2021, there's an Oxford study that shows that households in middle to high income countries slash their food bills by up to 1/3 through plant-based foods moving more plant-based friendly. There's also some research done in Canada-wide around cities looking at per 100 grams of protein. And it found, for example, like you're looking at chickpeas and lentils cost $2 or $3 respectively versus $8 for the same amount of protein in chicken breast.
All right, thanks very much.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Okay, our next deputant is Rihanna Topin. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to present, and to council for all of their work on this important topic, as well as to all of the staff members of the city that worked on the report. My name is Rihanna Topin. I'm with Humane Society International Canada. Thank you. And I manage our Forward Food program. And we've been collaborating with Veg Food Bank since last year to support the city in its goal to serve more low carbon and plant-based foods. and we support their recommendations. And I will run through my slides very quickly, but I have submitted them into the public record, so they are available for reference. So as a reminder, our Forward Food program works with culinary professionals to get more plant-based options onto menus, and we do that free of charge. And the reason for this is we know that there are so many benefits of a more plant-forward food system, and we also know that there's a lot of value in training culinary professionals on how to make plant-based dishes that appeal to a wide audience. So as you heard, we've had the great pleasure of working with TSSS since last year and supporting their goal of moving towards more plant-based options. I'm happy to elaborate on the work that we've done with them if that is of interest. But in the interest of time, I want to talk about the opportunity in the two other divisions. So within Children's Services, obviously there's been wonderful movement already in surpassing the Cool Food Pledge goal. But when it comes to making the menus more plant-based or plant-forward, there is still a huge opportunity, with dairy in particular being a big opportunity area. So I know that in the report it's mentioned that children under the age of 2 should not be given plant-based beverages, but I do want to clarify that the American Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics does say that it's appropriate for children aged 1 to 2 to consume fortified unsweetened soy milk, so that is an option for sure. And in terms of what's possible, this is an example from the Child Care and Learning Center at the University of Guelph, which has gone 100% plant-based, as you can see by the sample menu here. And not only have they shown that producing their menus this way has well surpassed every daily dietary reference intake for all key nutrients, including protein, they've also managed to cut their greenhouse gas emissions by 65%, their food costs by 9%. They've made their menus more inclusive and safer for children, and they've made the operation more efficient and less stressful for kitchen and classroom staff. So this is just an example of what's possible within Children's Services. Within long-term care, I know that there's also some concerns within the report identified about meeting the nutritional needs of seniors who have the ability to consume generally smaller quantities of food. So again, just want to show what's possible. My understanding of the dietary reference intakes are that it's required to have between 46 to 56 grams of protein on average per person per day. And I want to show that it's very, very possible to meet and surpass that easily with a fully plant-based menu, like what's shown on the screen here. So not only does moving in this direction with more plant-based foods instead of replacing high-emission animal products with low-emission animal products, not only does it clearly meet the nutritional needs, but it also has the potential to save money, and it also obviously offers health benefits as well, since we know that eating more whole plant-based foods is great for reducing the risk of chronic disease. So while Toronto is undoubtedly a leader when it comes to municipal food policy, I do want to emphasize that this conversation and a move towards more low carbon and plant-based procurement is not happening in isolation. There are other hospitals, there are schools, there are cities that are moving in this direction. Copenhagen is another example mentioned in one of the Cool Food Pledge baseline reports from the city. And so we encourage Toronto to be bold in procuring food that is going to do as much good as possible, for planet, people, as well as animals. Now, I know everyone is aware, I think, of the urgency of this situation, and many, many reports, including this recent one from the World Bank, have emphasized the need to shift away from meat-heavy diets in industrialized countries and towards more plants. And while it's hugely important to consider the greenhouse gas impact of our food, there's also many other factors when it comes to sustainability, like water use or the risk of future pandemics or antimicrobial resistance, long-term food security, or animal welfare. So our hope for the committee and council is that you will look at committing to replace animal-based foods with plant-based foods as much as possible. So this includes options 1 and 2 in the report, as well as option 3 when it comes to blending animal-based proteins like beef with other plant-based proteins, and consider signing the Forward Food Pledge for all divisions as TSSS has done. And we can talk about what that would look like if there's interest, but we think that would go a long, long way to helping the city meet its Cool Food Pledge targets. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any now or in future.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining. Oh, sorry, was that a yes or no? That was it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacinta McDonald. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Is it on now? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jacinta McDonald, and I live in the Davenport area in Toronto with my 26-year-old son. We care about our health, the environment, animals, and humans, and we are both vegan. I am with Toronto Health Save, Toronto 350, Toronto Climate Action Network, and the Plant-Based Treaty team, Plant-Based Treaty Toronto team. The PBT Toronto team is thrilled that the Toronto Infrastructure and Environment Committee, TIEC, June 18, 2024 report from the Executive Director, Environment and Climate includes the Plant-Based Treaty. Thank you. Our recent city endorsements are Amsterdam, the Netherlands, Udaipur, India, Belfast, Northern Ireland, and Durban, Australia. Recently, West Hollywood, California City Council voted unanimously to have plant-based by default menus at all city organized events and meetings. During City of Toronto Council meetings where food and beverages are being served, it would be perfect opportunity for Toronto City Council to take a leadership role and offer everyone a fully plant-based menu, since the carbon footprint of plant-based foods and beverages is lower than meat and dairy. Other benefits would be healthier, delicious food for everyone, and there should be cost savings for the city as well. There's evidence that a plant-based diet is healthy for all stages of life. The recommendations of cow's milk for children under the age of 2 in the report is very concerning. Many pediatricians recommend fortified soy milk for children under the age of 2. In a webinar for Kitchener-Waterloo Veg Fest in 2020, Dr. Rikin Patel, a Canadian pediatrician, reassured viewers that fortified soy milk is healthy for infants and toddlers, based on the Canadian Pediatric Society and the Canada Food Guideline. Lastly, I would like to request that the TIEC recommend that the City of Toronto join the list of 30 cities and municipalities around the world that have signed onto the Plant-Based Treaty. Support for the treaty is not legally binding, but it does indicate that the city takes the threat of not living within our planetary boundaries seriously. As stated in the report, the City of Toronto is currently undertaking actions that align with the Plant-Based Treaty, a voluntary treaty that the City of Toronto has not formally signed, which aims to reduce the widespread degradation of ecosystems worldwide caused by animal agriculture by promoting a shift to more healthy, sustainable plant-based diets. An endorsement by the largest city in Canada would be very meaningful and set a pathway for other cities and towns in Ontario and across the country to follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? I just want to make sure you know that there are no snacks at council or committee, so.
I just, you know, actually the reason I mentioned is because I was watching the council meetings on Wednesday, and there was mention of Greek food, and I thought, I wonder.
Those councillors have to bring it in, but it's not provided by the city. So okay. Councillors pay for it at their cost and take a turn. So just want to make sure people know we're not having snacks on the city dime. But you know, certainly I think there is, you know, some councillors that would be very open to making sure their snacks are plant-based. So yeah, thank you. Okay, other questions? Okay, next speaker is Jenny McQueen, Plant-Based Treaty. We don't want Snackgate. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Jenny McQueen. I've been vegan for over 30 years, which is absolutely no impediment to my working for over a dozen years in the Ontario government as a statistical analyst. I'd like to read some experts' witness statements from 2 different doctors. The first is Julie Chan, who's a doctor of naturopathic medicine. So we strongly advocate for the adoption of plant-based milks, such as soy or pea protein milk, fortified with calcium as a suitable alternative to homogenized milk for children. It's absolutely essential to evaluate the health risks of foods beyond just protein content to ensure that patients adopt a balanced diet that provides long-term health benefits. So when I say patients, I mean seniors and children in this case, obviously. Cancer risks are exponentially higher in countries that consume the most meat and dairy. We urge policymakers to take immediate action to overhaul the current food system and promote a more plant-based system that prioritizes human health and the environment. We strongly endorse the plant-based treaty and call upon governments, the Toronto City Council, to take bold action to make this vision a reality. So the next section was prepared with the help of Dr. Zara Kassam, who's a radiation oncologist in Toronto. She has an interesting point about older people. Perhaps they don't like plant-based food, but they can still have the majority of the menu plant-based and use greener by default or other nudge methods, given the benefits not only to the environment, but plant-based diets reduce risk of most chronic diseases and are included in the management of the multiple chronic diseases that our elders unfortunately now have, including diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, renal disease, etc. So it actually becomes a therapeutic dietary intervention to have plant-based food which will improve their outcomes and longevity. The Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, in their position statement on vegetarian diets, read vegan, say that commercial, full-fat, fortified soy milk or pasteurized cow milk can be used as a primary beverage starting at age 1 year or older for a child who is growing normally and eating a variety of foods. In addition, the CDC says that cow's milk should not be given before 12 months of age, and milk alternatives also should not be given before 12 months. So we are being realistic, and we do know the expert opinion when we're advocating for plant-based products. In addition, the American Heart Association says from 12 to 24 months, unsweetened and fortified soy milk is an option for children who are allergic to dairy milk or who are lactose intolerant or whose families abstain from animal products. The key advantages to full-fat fortified soy beverage compared to whole cow's milk include much higher iron content, a nutrient of concern for children of this age, higher magnesium content, higher potassium, higher selenium, significantly higher folate, higher thiamine, niacin, vitamin E, and much lower saturated fat content. Children who are lactose intolerant but who consume dairy may be subjected to abdominal pain, diarrhea, and fatigue, and other negative impacts. Given the differing rates of lactose intolerance across different ethnic backgrounds, with higher rates seen in Indigenous and Black Canadians and other people of color, the heavy promotion of dairy can actually be viewed as inherent racism. To finish, I urge you to endorse the plant-based treaty, not just for environmental reasons, but also for reducing demand for animals needlessly bred and trapped in the animal agriculture system. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Suzanne Graves. Thank you for joining us, Suzanne. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Graves. I'm here as a concerned city resident and also to support the plant-based treaty team today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all of your work and for the work of staff on the various food-related commitments, including the C40 Good Food Cities Pledge and, of course, the Cool Food Pledge. When I personally switched to a plant-based diet a few years ago, it was mostly for my own health as well as animal welfare. But after just a bit of research on the emission levels of animal agriculture, I quickly came to the conclusion that shifting to plant-based food sources isn't really a choice anymore. It's actually, I would argue, a global imperative. So I was excited to see that the report included a summary of the plant-based treaty that's currently gaining momentum globally. I fully support the direction of the report, but I would ask the committee to evaluate some of the assumptions in the report and urge you to go a little bit further than the recommendations in a couple of areas. Firstly, others have spoken also about the health benefits of plant-based diets. At page 7, the report talks about potential challenges of moving to a plant-based approach, and particularly where in the context of long-term care, like ensuring people get enough protein. The plant-based treaty team approached an expert, Dr. Zara Kassam, about those dietary challenges. Dr. Kassam is the founder of Plant-Based Canada. She's a professor at the University of Toronto and the author of a textbook on plant-based medicine in clinical care. And she says that meeting protein requirements can actually very easily be done with a plant-based diet, with protein-rich foods like legumes, soy, various meat alternatives are available now, nuts and seeds. And there are, of course, calorie-dense plant-based foods that are a great option for those with reduced appetites, such as nut butters, tofu, avocado, and so on. And major dietetic organizations in the UK, US, and Canada, they all say that appropriately planned vegan and vegetarian diets are healthful, they're nutritionally adequate, and they can provide many health benefits in the prevention and treatment of some diseases. And there have been a number of studies to show that a plant-based approach can alleviate chronic conditions, particularly with older adults, reducing medications. There was one study in the American Journal of Lifestyle Medicine of seniors in care homes that found that a vegan diet reduced the number of pills taken by seniors over 60 by 58%. So yes, there are challenges. But in your report to Council, I would invite you to reference many of the potential positive health impacts of a shift toward plant-based foods, particularly in older populations. And secondly, also at page 7, the report sets out a caution that plant-based recipes often aren't well received by residents of long-term care homes. And there's a concern that that could lead to lower food intake, potentially leading to negative clinical outcomes. And a couple of points on that. I noticed that the report doesn't specifically include an educational or awareness component. Maybe that's a given, I'm not sure, but I'm sure you will agree that change happens most easily when people understand the need for change. And education, an awareness campaign could also include residents outside the scope of city services, many of whom are struggling with food insecurity right now, with rising food prices. And from my own experience, plant-based foods are much cheaper than animal foods. Educating people about the impacts of animal agriculture and showing them what a healthy plant-based plate looks like could not only help the environment, but also help to address food insecurity in the city. It doesn't need to be complicated. Perhaps the city could consider movie nights, talks, invite speakers to help promote the understanding of the need for change. There are some excellent movies referenced on the Plant-Based Treaty document, in the Plant-Based Treaty website, Forks Over Knives, Eating Our Way to Extinction, and so on. And there are some excellent speakers like Dr. Hassam, who might be an excellent speaker, and a resource for an awareness campaign as well. I understand she's organized 5 plant-based conferences. And there are many materials at Plant-Based Treaty website and many other places. And I'll just also quickly mention the nudge strategies that have been used in other jurisdictions. I know New York City has used the Greener by Default.
Final thought.
Hospitals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Leila Plavins. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, all. So my name is Leila Plavins. I reside in Toronto Centre. Much has been said here. I do work alongside and participate in several plant-based treaty activities, and these are my best friends because they are really the best and most concerned people. It is no secret that we have one indivisible climate crisis and that the entire world must work cohesively to preserve health and avert further catastrophe. The United Nations health professionals and political leaders have declared the state of this environmental crisis is so severe as to be called the global health emergency. The plant-based treaty is but one of the tools and directives that we can use, and that clearly identifies those not so visible sources barely talked about and denied existence. And that's the intensive animal agriculture. Funny how COP and all those consorts of activities and organizations discuss fossil fuel emissions, et cetera, but nobody really wants to confront the real big elephant in the room, and it's so entrenched in our daily lifestyles that we are oblivious to it. So good thing that we have the group of people behind me as we do. It is really important. The seriousness remains very grossly underrepresented. The way most people feel is that there is really no sense of emergency. Meanwhile, experts like the United Nations climate chief Simon Steele warns, we only really have 2 years left to get back on track. 2 years, when in fact so many municipalities and countries have, they project plans to be implemented in so many years, and here as well by the year 2030 or 2026. Meanwhile, the experts claim that we'll reach the point of no return within 2 years and so. So I think that's something we should take seriously. The ugly truth indeed is the animal agriculture is what is responsible for global warming more than any other industry. It is the decision makers that are furnished with the scientific data and research that must make these hard decisions. It can't be an easy job being a leader, an elected official, a politician, but in the grand scheme of things, you have to really be true to yourself and analyze what you hear. There are no hard, fast answers either. I am really going off my script to myself, but I really feel passionate about this, that you really have to think of the future generations. We need to introduce plant-based at elementary school levels. Why? Because the elementary school children are the future decision makers and are responsible for our life and biodiversity in 10 and 20 years from now. We're talking to all the adults, we're talking about universities, which is really grand. We do go and do outreach to university students and so on, because they are the near future decision makers. But the people who are really going to take charge of the environment are the young people. So not only should we introduce plant-based nutrition at an elementary school level, despite mommy and daddy might not really agree with. I wouldn't say parents wouldn't agree with it, because if they see the forest for the trees, they'll understand the benefit of this all. But there should also be an education associated with that, so the youngsters understand why they're eating what they're eating and why we're doing what we do. Because I'll tell you, at the end of the day, when they're older, they will have the freedom to make their own decisions. Moving forward, the climate crisis is not isolated. We don't confront a climate crisis in a vacuum. So we do have to extend our plans, our initiatives to cross-reference with other communities in geography. So hopefully even Toronto can do so with municipalities like Mississauga, et cetera. This group, Plant-Based Treaty, do appeal to other jurisdictions, as I say, Mississauga and other parts of Ontario, Canada, God, worldwide, but on a more local level, so it's all good. I think I have not much more to say. Everything's been done. Last week, if Toronto were to sign on, it would look really good for you. There are no plant-based police. If you don't meet all the criteria, we're not going to reprimand you. It's only going to look good on you and incite other communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Varun Verlin. Thank you for joining us, Varun. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Varun Verlan, Digital Media Director and advocate for the Plant-Based Treaty and Animal Save movement. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to highlight the urgent need for the City of Toronto to endorse the Plant-Based Treaty to protect wildlife and biodiversity. Animal agriculture is a significant driver of environmental degradation, responsible for 83% of global farmland use, leading to deforestation and the loss of countless species. This sector contributes to 58% of global food emissions, primarily through methane and nitrous oxide, accelerating climate change and disrupting ecosystems. In Ontario specifically, the environmental impact of animal agriculture is particularly concerning. Dairy farms, for example, are highly water intensive. Research indicates that the average dairy farm uses about 246 liters of water per cow per day, contributing significantly to the province's freshwater consumption. It takes about 1,000 liters of water to produce 1 liter of cow's milk, compared to 48 liters for oat milk and 28 liters for soy milk. Moreover, animal agriculture in Ontario is responsible for substantial nutrient runoff from fertilizers and animal waste, leading to water pollution and the creation of dead zones in our water bodies. Furthermore, animal farming is a major source of greenhouse gas emissions. Methane and nitrous oxide, potent greenhouse gases, are major byproducts of animal farming. Methane emissions come from enteric fermentation in ruminants and manure management, while nitrous oxide is released from soils due to manure and synthetic fertilizer application. The expansion of animal agriculture exacerbates deforestation and land degradation, threatening biodiversity and contributing to climate change. The pressure to convert more land for feed crops and grazing further encroaches on natural habitats, putting numerous species at risk. While we may not raise animals within Toronto's city limits, there is a slaughterhouse on St. Clair and Keele that kills hundreds of cows daily. I've personally borne witness to cows heading to slaughter. This system is detrimental to both animals and the environment. It underscores the pressing need for systemic change in our food systems. While our production-based emissions may be lower, since animals are not raised within Toronto, they're raised on farms in rural Ontario and across Canada. It's crucial to recognize that cities are the primary consumers of those animal products. Therefore, our consumption-based emissions are significantly high. To effectively reduce our environmental impact, we must focus on our consumption footprint. The interconnected crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution necessitates systemic change. The Plant-Based Treaty offers a framework for this transition, promoting plant-based food system, halting the expansion of animal agriculture, and restoring key ecosystems. By endorsing the Plant-Based Treaty, Toronto can reduce its ecological footprint, enhance biodiversity, and foster sustainable communities. This aligns with our city's commitment to environmental stewardship and sets a powerful example for other cities to follow. Transitioning to plant-based diets can free vast amounts of land for rewilding, helping to sequester carbon and create habitats for wildlife. It also reduces water uses and pollution, safeguarding our freshwater resources. Toronto has the opportunity to lead in protecting the climate, wildlife, and biodiversity. Endorsing the Plant-Based Treaty is a crucial step towards a sustainable and compassionate future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our final speaker on this item is Dehan Chandra. Dehan, are you online?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Dehan Chandra. I live in Toronto and run a business.
We can't hear you. Something's happened. Hold on, we'll try to reconnect or figure this out.
Okay, how about now?
Okay, we can hear you again. I'm restarting your time.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Dehan Chandra. I live in Toronto and run a business, the Spent Goods Company, which services the Greater Toronto area. We focus on upcycling foods. That is, using food byproducts and ingredients traditionally discarded to create new foods like bread, pretzels, bagels, dog biscuits, and even pizza. For instance, by diverting surplus barley grains already used to make beer from disposal to landfills, where, as you know, food waste ends up resulting in creating greenhouse gases, we retain the high fiber and protein greenhouse gas emissions and create local jobs by working with local bakeries, grocery stores, and online food delivery platforms. In 5 years, we've fed 153,000 people, offset 8.7 megatons of equivalent carbon dioxide emissions, which is the equivalent of driving around 90% around the circumference of the Earth, and creating 6 local jobs. To give you a sense of scale, if we were to divert the tons of spent grains that are estimated to end up in Ontario's landfills, we could feed every Ontarian 20 loaves of bread every year. So there are other viable food byproducts, such as highly nutritious yet imperfectly looking fruits and vegetables, leftover juice pulp containing high fiber from juicing companies that could be incorporated into climate-friendly meals. There is an ecosystem of businesses that are upcycling these ingredients already abundantly available in urban areas and developing climate-friendly initiatives such as Bruised, The Depanneur, Karma Co-op, Eat Impact, Imperfect Foods, Zesty Plan, and Food Share. There are cost savings to be explored, using upcycled food to help address the growing food insecurity needs, cost of transportation of viable industrial food waste to landfills, landfill maintenance in itself, the potential for the city to reduce its greenhouse gases that could be explored via the city's circular economy working group. In my business of upcycling food, we sell our products at price competitives to products that aren't upcycled. Our cost to upcycle is minimal, primarily involving the logistics of moving the ingredients within 1 kilometer radius. A climate-friendly meals policy would help normalize and encourage mainstream adoption of upcycled and plant-based foods. Thank you for your time and for considering this important initiative.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we have an additional deputant that's registered, Anita Crange. Do we have Anita online? Oh, in the room. Hello, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Anita Kreitz. I'm a Toronto resident, part of Bain Co-op in Toronto Danforth, Ward 14. I'm the Global Campaign Coordinator for Plant-Based Treaty. Our mission is to promote a shift to a just, plant-based food system that would enable us to live safely within our planetary boundaries and reforest the Earth. Our vision is twofold: a global plant-based treaty attached to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to enable a plant-based food system, and secondly, the goal is for cities and institutions to implement best practices in plant-based food policies and rewilding. Toronto aims to show climate leadership by setting an ambitious net zero target by 2040 and for taking action on food emissions. We applaud you for taking a big step by being part of C40 Cities Good Food Declaration and for signing the Cool Food Pledge, thereby committing Toronto to reducing greenhouse gases from corporate food procurement by 25% by 2030. Thank you also for referring to the Plant-Based Treaty in your committee's report on action, in which you found that of the 40 items listed in the Plant-Based Treaty, 28 of the items are outside of the city's jurisdiction, but 12 of the remaining items are the city is addressing. Please let us know which of these 12 Plant-Based Treaty proposals fall within the city's jurisdiction and publish a report, just like Edinburgh did when they endorsed the treaty. We encourage the City of Toronto to accelerate the Cool Food Pledge goal and reach it sooner than 2030, and also ask that the committee recommend that the City Council sign the Plant-Based Treaty. For example, New York City's goal is 33% reduction in food emissions by 2030, and it has already surpassed it. There's great urgency this decade. Key findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report include that it's code red for humanity. When the UK media covered this report, their news was in red, so they took it really seriously. That we are projected to hit 1.5 degrees by 2030. There's a high chance we could hit it sooner. That we are projected to hit 2 degrees Celsius by 2040. That there's a methane emergency and that the majority of methane emissions come from the food sector. That all 3 greenhouse gas emissions are accelerating. Johan Rockström, co-author of Breaking Boundaries and director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact and Research, states that 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold is a physical limit, not a political target. There are 16 tipping points on the planet with different temperatures rising, significantly signifying different risks of points of no return. 5 of these tipping points are high risk within 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius warming. 5 tipping points, and we're heading towards 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius. These 5 tipping points that are high risk of being surpassed are Greenland ice sheet collapse, West Antarctica ice sheet collapse, tropical coral reef die-off, northern permafrost abrupt thaw, Labrador sea current collapse. Other tipping points are medium and low risk, even within 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. So as you can see, it's incredibly urgent. 30 cities have signed the plant-based treaty, including Rainbow Lake, Alberta, Los Angeles, and 3 European capitals, Amsterdam, Belfast, and Edinburgh. What can you do? We asked the committee to consider recommending that the Toronto City Council and Mayor present a motion for the City of Toronto to endorse the plant-based treaty. For example, Edinburgh endorsed the plant-based treaty in 2023 and passed an action plan in January of this year. They partnered with Clamato to introduce carbon labeling in schools and universities. They also agreed to meet with Greener by Default. Edinburgh's action plan includes sections on awareness, raising, capacity building, food waste reduction, increased provision of plant-based food, and influence and leadership on spreading the plant-based treaty to other cities. Amsterdam endorsed the treaty in January of this year, and it will enter a covenant with major employers, public institutions such as hospitals, community centers, care institutions in Amsterdam. All employees, visitors, and patients can obtain a full plant-based meal option in all publicly funded institutions. All restaurants and catering at public institutions commit to a vegan Friday. This is something you could do. Commit to vegan Fridays in all the institutions that you have jurisdiction over. All restaurants and catering commit by 2030 to an animal plant-based ratio set in Amsterdam. And they also commit to organizing an annual plant-based conference with care institutions, schools, universities, and institutions in Amsterdam. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, that concludes the deputations. Before we move to questions, I just want to do some housekeeping and release items so that city staff can go that are no longer needed. So IE 15.10, developing a rat reduction plan for Toronto. Can we release that item? The rat reduction. Yes, we are against rats. There is no piper, but we can probably ask them to look into that. So does anybody need to hold this? Okay, so all in favor, all opposed, that carries. The revitalized infrastructure for the 21st century Portlands. Did anybody need to hold that? Can we release that? Okay, all in favor, all opposed, that carries. And then the 5 impactful actions to improve congestion. Did anybody need to hold that? Yes, twice. Okay, all in favor, all opposed, all in favor, all opposed. There you go, you got to say yes twice. Okay, so that releases all those items. So we will now go back to, I'm also going to move to close the speakers list at 10:45. So can we move that? All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. Back to 15.1, climate-friendly meals. Are there any questions of city staff? Councillor Sachs, 5 minutes.
Right, so to Mr. Nolan, thank you very much for working so hard with me on this since September, including many meetings with the divisions. Has the work of preparing this report and your work with the divisions and our meeting with the divisions, has this increased their awareness of the opportunities and benefits of moving to more plant-based menus?
Through the chair, I'd say absolutely. It's given us a better sense of where emissions are coming from, the type of consumption we see across the city, and opportunities for reductions.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you learned in the process of this work, I understand, is that food suppliers to the city have been giving us less than retail prices on beef, but charging us way more than retail prices on vegetarian protein. Is that correct?
Through the chair, through this work, we did dig into the prices and saw some, I'd say, inconsistencies in some of the information we saw between what happens in retail versus the wholesale.
Right, and in particular, what we found is that the city's suppliers were charging us less than retail for beef and much more than retail for plant-based protein, correct?
I think we did see that, especially in previous contracts. We saw that some of that has been addressed in recent contracts, but we have seen that, especially historically. Partially, we think due to amounts being procured, but we are still looking into that with our colleagues in procurement.
All right, and you'll have an update for us before council on what we need to do to fix that problem, right?
Yes, we'll work with procurement in terms of what actions we're taking and what steps we've taken to date.
Okay. You've worked with me on a motion that's pre-circulated. You support that motion for enhanced reporting back on progress?
Yes, through the chair, we're happy to support the motion to include enhanced reporting.
Now, I know that the city cannot accept freebies from those who are bidding for city procurement. But we've heard from some of the deputants that they are offering free training, free coaching on plant-based meals for any city body or agency. As long as they're not bidding for city procurement, is the city open to accepting these offers?
I would say we're definitely open to having the discussion. I think we'd want to understand, we wouldn't want to prejudice a future procurement, especially if someone was interested in bidding. This may mean that they couldn't, so I think it would probably be better to have the discussion, what services are offered, what they may offer or want to do in the future to ensure that we're not causing any issues, but we're open to having that discussion.
Okay, so for each of the deputants and anyone else watching who is not in the selling to the city business but wants to offer free training and coaching, they should approach you, James Nolan?
I think they can come in through environment and climate, and we can work with the other city divisions as well as our procurement department to figure out the best, how to move forward in the best way.
Okay, and finally, given the other city commitments, the Cool Food Pledge, C40 and so on, would there be any significant additional action by the city if we signed the plant-based treaty?
So as part of this work, we did go through the plant-based treaty, compared it to our C40 commitments, as well as the Cool Food Pledge, and we found that of the 12 actions that the city had jurisdiction over, they were all covered by our existing commitments.
So would there be any additional action if we signed the plant-based treaty?
We didn't identify any additional actions.
Is reducing beef consumption an important and valuable aspect of our Transform TO progress?
So through the chair, our Transform TO doesn't deal with consumption. Our consumption-based inventory does that. However, we have identified that food is the largest overall emissions when it comes to consumption across the city, and obviously, as we see in the report, beef is a significant contributor of emissions within the context of food.
Right, so if we reduce our beef purchases, we can provide good nutrition to the people who depend on us and save money and do less climate damage.
Through the chair, I think at a broad statement, that's what we would assume will happen, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pasternak has questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I think the city funds approximately $16 million in student nutrition programs to over 600 schools in Toronto. These funds go through, I think, the Angel Foundation and the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. What say do we have on conditions of those funding for food product? I understand that the guidelines on that are quite strict, and changing them are not easy.
Through the chair, I'm hoping Toronto Public Health may be on the line and can answer that question.
I can.
If not, we can follow up.
Yeah, all right. Well, this is going to council, so we could try there. Long-term care. We have 10 long-term care facilities, and the menu options are controlled by the province, and residents also have a say in what is served. Once again, same type of question. What leverage do we have in implementing this policy in an area such as long-term care where the province is very heavily involved and the menus are resident-driven and statutory-driven? There's a lot of silence in the room. Oh my gosh. Madam Chair, should we leave these questions for council?
Who do we need? Somebody from long-term care, or who do we need?
I'm not going to make staff requests at this point, but
I think this item does come to council. Let me double check. The item goes to council, so.
It does. I don't mind leaving those questions for council if staff don't have the answer.
It looks like somebody's prepared.
And in fairness, these are complicated regulatory issues that involve often 2 levels of government plus some nonprofit agencies. So I realize it's a messy piece.
To the chair, I think that's a very good point. So basically, and we do have regulations to follow for menu planning. So basically, we need to set the DRI or dietary reference intake for residents. On the other side, we need to make sure that menu planning works for the client. So basically, as you said, the client-driven. So having said that, there are some opportunity to look into it for incorporate more plant-based protein into the menu, but again, it's a gradual kind of a change. We need to make sure it's kind of works well, being accepted by the clients. On the other side, meeting the requirements for the clients too. So again, I can say more, rather than switching over to maybe kind of from animal-based to plant-based, we can go work on maybe more kind of blended version of it, so to make sure it works better, or maybe switching over to other sources of protein, such as maybe chicken or maybe fish or other protein that can be still well accepted, but on the other side, less pressure on the environment. So again, is a kind of we need to find a balance between the requirements from the province kind of regulation act, long-term care act, on the other side, resident acceptance and menu planning and kind of clinical aspects too.
Great, thank you for that. Very quickly, and it was touched on by Councillor Sachs, costs. I have found when I shop for vegetarian or plant-based foods that they're actually quite expensive. Now, maybe you'll save something on a volume purchase, but there's no bargain there. How does that fit in with our current spending envelopes on these various divisions in procurement?
So through the chair, at a high level, we're continuing to do the work on cost. We have seen in some other jurisdictions, New York City, for example, that they have seen cost savings. But that is kind of ongoing work that we're looking into in terms of what the cost implications of this would be on a pound-for-pound basis, because again, quantities will change in terms of the amount you'll need to get for nutritional respects. So that work is ongoing, et cetera, but at least in some other places, we've seen some cost savings, but we can't say for sure what that would mean here, and it has to be looked at with our vendor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Can't see the screen. Can you see the screen? No questions on the screen. Okay, speakers. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I have a motion. I hope it's there. So this is a motion that I worked on with staff to improve reporting. Again, I do, first of all, want to start by thanking the deputants. This matter was brought to our attention last fall by many of the same people who are here today, pointing out the enormous opportunity that we do have, there's two motions, right? They're in the same one? That we do have at the city to probably save money, but definitely improve health and reduce climate impacts by reducing the amount of beef that we purchase. It has been clear when I was environmental commissioner, I published the first and I think only still profile of where Ontarians' climate impacts come from, and half of the average Ontarians' climate impacts come from just 4 things, one of which is eating beef. So we know that there is an opportunity to do that. It was astonishing to discover in the course of this work how much we were being overcharged for vegetarian protein in comparison, particularly with a great deal we were getting on buying beef. So we do have an opportunity to make many things better at the same time by moving in this direction. I appreciate all the work of staff, Environment and Climate, and the divisions. There has been quite a lot of progress already as a result of the conversations we've had so far. We know it also helps to have annual checkups, right? To actually say every year, how are we doing? What kind of progress we made? Is there a problem? And that's going to be provided by my motion. In addition, I really appreciate all the offers for training and coaching. It's a big change for lots of food providers to think about this different way. People learn a habit, you know, meat and protein, meat and carbs and a veg, right? That's the basic meal training that so many people learned, and learning that you can in fact provide really appetizing meals that aren't harder to prepare and that don't blow our funding budget. This has been harder for a lot of people to understand. So thank you for offering to help. You now have an offer from Environment and Climate to be your door into the city. If you want to make those offers, please follow up. I'll be continuing to follow this up, and we'll now get regular reporting. And when we do get the consumption-based reporting, which admittedly is still a couple of years away, we will know a lot more about it. But in the meantime, tremendously helpful that you've made us think about this, ask the questions, get some action started. This is good news in a world where we sure can use some, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional speakers? Okay, we'll pull up the motions one by one. Amber's camera's on. Deputy Mayor Morley's camera's on. She's here. So we have 4. Yeah, she's waving. We're waving back.
Sorry, I'm here.
So the first motion is adding report back dates, and the second motion, sorry, that's there. The next one. That's it? And one more. And this one's asking for some environmental cost comparisons between animal and plant-based proteins at the plate or meat level. Okay, so the first motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. Second motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. Item is amended, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. Okay, we are on to 15.2, Toronto Island Park Master Plan. There will be a 10-minute presentation, and then there are 8 speakers. Just so people know, run of show following that, we will move on to annual winter maintenance, and there will be a 10-minute presentation on that because everybody loves talking about snow in July. You have 10 minutes when you're ready, at most when you're ready.
Thank you. Just going to load the presentation. Okay. Are we ready? Are we okay to proceed? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm excited to introduce the Toronto Island Master Plan, a plan developed over several years of intense engagement for a special and well-loved place in our city. I look forward to your deliberations, bringing the report forward to council and then rolling up our sleeves on its implementation. I'd also like to acknowledge the leadership and guidance of Deputy Mayor Malik as we advance this plan and throughout the engagement process. Toronto Island is a place like no other. It is inherently tied to the city, yet also a refuge from urban life. It has been a place for healing and ceremony for Indigenous people since before record. The island plays an integral role as part of a larger regional ecosystem. Toronto Island Park currently faces pressures of increased demand, aging infrastructure, and the impacts of a changing climate. As Toronto's population and growth continue, the value of this one-of-a-kind waterfront park rises. A plan is needed to address these pressures, improve the visitor experience, and better protect this natural place that is so important to so many in our city. Today's presentation provides an overview of the Toronto Island Master Plan and how, through its implementation, the city can protect a treasured space, an important part of the city's history, ecology, and transform the experience visitors have for generations to come. A master plan is really a long-term planning document that acts as a roadmap to guide future decision-making around improvements, programming, and management, as well as helping to prioritize the investments, both operating and capital, required for its implementation. The Toronto Island Master Plan sets out a vision, recommendation, and projects over the near and long term that will, over time, protect the park, its natural features, improve and expand its infrastructure through what we call a light touch approach, transform the visitor's experience, and preserve, recognize, and celebrate its importance in particular to Indigenous and to the two LGBTQ+ communities. The plan will be implemented through various capital projects, changes to parks operations and programming, continued engagement as priorities are set and budgets approved. As job number one is helping visitors and residents to and from the island with greater ease, the plan is fully coordinated with ferry fleet replacement, Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, and island side landing improvements. The plan also aligns with visitor experience and landing improvements already underway, as well as the flood and erosion environmental assessment and the marine use strategy. Toronto Island Pike, the island, is a 242-hectare, 598-acre public park. It was formally established in 1956 and recognized as a sacred and significant place known by Indigenous communities as Minising on the islands since long before the colonial record. Toronto Island welcomes nearly 1.5 million visitors annually. It is a natural oasis and escape from the city and home to over 600 residents. The island includes numerous environmentally sensitive areas and areas of natural and scientific interest, and a provincially significant wetland. It is an important place to many communities, including its residents and the 2S LGBTQ community, as well as home to the Island Science School, Centerville, the Toronto Island Marina, 3 yacht clubs, and numerous businesses. It is a busy place. The island also sits at the nexus of the Toronto's inner and outer harbors and is closely connected with activities with the waters around it. The plan has been informed by a comprehensive engagement process that reached more than 24,000 people over 4 years, including the waterfront and island residents, businesses and interest groups, and of course, the public at large. Indigenous engagement and design was intentional and included the project starting up with an Indigenous ceremony involving elders, knowledge keepers, song, dance, and a fire ceremony. The Indigenous communities have also participated and contributed through all phases of the project. All were keen to share their aspirations, ideas, and stories. We hope that anyone who participated feels their voice has been reflected in this plan. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Paul Farish.
Thank you, Howie. So the extensive engagement that Howie referenced resulted in a master plan that has 6 fundamental goals: revealing an Indigenous place, supporting the natural environment, enhancing visitor experience, improving access and connection, elevating equity and belonging, and celebrating the 2S LGBTQ+ significance of the island. Within the plan, each goal has a series of strategies as well as recommendations to advance us towards implementation. In total, a complex island and a complex master plan include over 100 recommendations to be implemented over 25 years. Although the master plan is a framework for a series of actions, our objective is to be as tangible in our recommendations and to advance as swiftly as possible. Some recommended actions are already underway. Others will require further study, further engagement, and further direction from Council. The master plan includes recommendations for short-term priorities, again, to be as tangible and direct in a response to what we've heard from stakeholders. Some of the actions we'll carry forward in the next 5 to 10 years include advancement on the ferry fleet replacement, an item discussed yesterday at General Government Committee, including the delivery of 2 new electric ferries with larger capacity in 2026 and 2027. Other examples include enhanced visitor experience and amenities at our ferry terminal on the mainland, as well as the island landings to support four-season access. We heard a lot from stakeholders about the importance of improved wayfinding, more diverse food, beverage, rental options, and certainly also heard about the importance of finding space for Indigenous ceremony and gathering. Flood mitigation work is underway and needs to advance further to protect the assets on the island. Management plans should be in place for the 6 environmentally significant areas on the island and the provincially significant wetlands. Another key focus of short-term implementation is a cultural narrative trail to bring forward all the stories we heard through our engagement process, specifically Indigenous histories and ways of knowing. Finally, efforts have been made over the last couple of years with support from Deputy Mayor Malik on the recognition and protection of the 2S LGBTQ+ significance at Hanlan's Point Beach, with further work to come. The plan together provides a foundation for action within the park. I should also note it also provides a reference point for consideration of City Council related to Billy Bishop Airport, the Central Waterfront, the city's marine use strategy, and activities related to the port. Our capital plan, that is Parks, Forestry, and Recreation's capital plan, includes funding to support implementation in the immediate term. Over $142 million are allocated over those 10 years to implement the master plan activities, revitalize aging infrastructure, improve the ferry terminals, and support ferry fleet replacement. Over the life of the 25-year plan, certainly additional priorities will be brought forward to Council for future budget consideration, as well as for partnerships and implementation measures. City Council's adoption of the master plan provides the roadmap for a lot more work ahead. We will be working with stakeholders, engaging broadly, and bringing forward exciting projects year after year after year. We recommend reporting back to City Council on a 5-year progression, recognizing that the plan will need to adapt and change, just as the island does. We began this project by collecting stories from Torontonians, their island stories, and understanding all the ways in which the island is important to Torontonians. We're excited to be reporting back today. We're excited to be advancing this generational opportunity for Torontonians, and we're committed to ensuring the island remains a place for everyone for years to come. Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, questions of, we have deputants, so we're gonna move to the deputants and then we'll move back into questions of staff. Okay, our first deputant is Ellen Schwartzel, followed by Diana Churchin, followed by Tony Fairbrother. So Ellen is in the room. You have 5 minutes.
There we go. That works better. Thank you. So on behalf of the Toronto Field Naturalists, I thank you all councillors for reflecting on the need for a nature focus for the Toronto Island Master Plan. Nature groups have requested nature protection and restoration at many stages of development of the master plan to buffer island biodiversity in the face of intense and growing visitor pressures. With about 1.5 million annual visitors and with up to 20,000 daily visitors on a busy summer day, and with much of island nature already under siege, the master plan promises easier access, much higher capacity ferries, more visitors, year-round services, and more amenities. So people come understandably to the island to savor the green oasis, but without targets to restore that oasis, what tattered bits of nature will the next generations find there? The Park Master Plan, with its 25-year planning horizon, has a responsibility to ensure that natural aspects of the park are not just retained, but restored for future generations. In other words, that Toronto Island is not loved to death. The Toronto Island Natural Heritage Background Report, completed by the city's own consultants in 2021, was finally made public last week, and it confirms what nature advocates have been saying all along. Toronto Island still hold among the most valuable remaining patches of nature in our whole region, including nesting habitats not just for the endangered piping plover, but also for bald eagles and many other species. The island is a vital fueling stopover for many migratory bird species, wintering ground for waterfowl, and remarkably still supports breeding frogs, toads, and turtles just offshore from the downtown core. So the island is far, far more than just green lawns or green infrastructure. The city's own natural heritage consultants also concluded that the master plan should protect habitats of species at risk and provincially significant wetlands, and that the island's environmentally significant areas, those best bits, should be carefully managed for ecological integrity and to protect rare and unique species and habitats. Please, please make that a short-term priority for the master plan to protect and restore those best remaining bits of habitat, the ESAs. Use practical tools like fencing and set clear habitat restoration targets and timelines so that Torontonians can track the progress. We recommend a long-term target to restore 30% of island lands to nature in line with the goals of the Montreal Biodiversity Framework that Toronto endorsed. Remember, we're finalizing a master plan with a 25-year planning horizon. Surely we can include stretch goals and targets for nature. We're glad to hear that there's a Toronto Island Advisory Committee as a forum for engagement and project advancement, and we urge the city, of course, to include nature advocates in that committee to harness community energy and begin rolling out key restoration elements of the master plan. An early project could include knowledge sharing and training for operational park staff in managing the habitat. Those are areas where Toronto's volunteer nature communities have experience, and we can share expertise. A commitment to regularly update council on progress is also critical to give the plan momentum and to keep it relevant long-term. We recommend a first progress report to be in 3 years. Let's not wait till 2029 for an update. We look forward to opportunities to work with city staff and other stakeholders to protect unique island habitats for generations to come. Our community would be really happy to discuss approaches and opportunities with councillors and city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? And thank you. I think you were under 5 minutes and I forgot to start the timer, so I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Diana Turchin. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just need to hook up my computer. Okay. Hi, I am the co-chair of the Bird Friendly City Toronto team. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you on behalf of the birds that live and migrate through our city. As you know, Toronto was one of the first 4 cities to receive Bird Friendly City designation by Nature Canada in 2021. The program was created because bird populations are in steep decline in Canada and worldwide, and the goal of the program is to make cities better and safer places for birds. Habitat loss is by far the greatest threat that birds face, and it is the major cause of our current global biodiversity crisis. Toronto is home to many species of birds year-round, and it provides stopover or seasonal habitat for millions of migratory birds every spring and fall because it is located at the confluence of 2 major migratory flyways. More than 300 species of birds have been seen on the Toronto Islands, and one that stands out is the piping plover. These adorable ground nesting birds were extinct or extirpated from Ontario for 30 years, and they returned to breed here in 2007 after extensive recovery efforts. They are classified as endangered, and there are less than 200 of them in the Great Lakes population. It is important to know that they have nested on the island twice in recent years, in 2018 and in 2022. And this is Chewy, who is the mother of the nest from 2022. Piping plovers have a strong tendency to return to the same nest year after year, or the same site year after year to nest. However, if they find it disturbed by a strong human presence or by practices such as raking, they will leave and search for a safer place to nest. Oops, daisy. 6 environmentally significant areas have been designated on the Toronto Islands, as well as a provincially significant wetland, and this reflects the quality and importance of the habitat that the Toronto Islands can provide. The natural areas on the islands are what make it a unique place but they are fragile and they face intense pressure, as we recently heard about the high numbers of visitors that are there every year. The master plan is beautiful. It's obvious that a lot of work and thought went into it, but it has 6 major goals, and it was almost inevitable that there would be some conflict with 6 goals. We ask that when there is a conflict, the choice always be made to preserve and protect the natural spaces. There is reference to natural area protection and to using a light touch, but there's also reference to increased access and to increased year-round use. Use of the smaller waterways is promoted, and that would give people access to areas that were previously inaccessible. We ask that this be done very cautiously. Even within the discussion of natural area protection, there is mention of increasing access to those areas. Please consider removing that statement and using clearer, stronger language about how the natural spaces will be protected. For example, in Toronto's official plan, it states that in ESAs, activities will be limited to those that are compatible with the preservation of the natural features and functions. Please add those words to the master plan. It's not good enough to assume that this is implied because we all know about the silo effects of our government. And as recently mentioned in the last deputation, please consider a goal of restoring 30% of the island to a natural state rather than a vague statement about enlarging natural areas. Seasonal closure of areas when indicated is very important. It is mentioned in this plan. It's done in other parks in our province. We're glad to see it mentioned, and we hope that this will be acted on if and when more piping plovers show up to nest on the island. We have a rare opportunity to protect bird populations and to support biodiversity in general by prioritizing the protection and enhancement of the natural spaces on the Toronto Island. This will serve the master plan's goal of supporting the natural environment, and it will enhance the experience of Toronto Island visitors and residents. I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity by making nature the main focus of the plan. That's another look at Chewy. That's the nest. It's very hard to see. They really, when they nest, all they do is scrape a little indent in the sand, and they're out there exposed to predators and people who might trample the nest by accident. And these are a few photos of the chicks from 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining. And sorry, what is this bird?
It's the piping plover.
The piping
plover.
Plover. Okay.
They're adorable.
Very cute. Okay. Great. Okay. Our next deputant is Tony Fairbrother. Thank you for joining us, Tony. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this important document. And I signed a letter in the correspondence on behalf of the Stewardship Committee of the Toronto Island Community, but I'm speaking as an individual member of the community. The park staff and our councillors, we've had 3 in Ward 10 during the course of developing the master plan, have, with support of consultants and outside experts, have done an amazing job in what they took on in handling the complexity of this park and the challenges of the competing interests. There was a huge amount of time and effort required, including the public engagement processes and the inclusion of Aboriginal voices. And as a result, there are many good things about this document. The islands are a special place, and they are the reason that actually Toronto is here where it is, because they provided a protected bay. I first came to the Toronto Islands when I moved to Toronto in the late 70s, yet with little money in my pocket, I was able to escape the city for a few hours at a time and find peace and tranquility and connect with nature. It was because of this sensing the special healing qualities of the island and helping cope with the many stresses of city's life that I was later drawn to live on the islands and was lucky enough to be able to do so for the last 28 years. So it's from the perspective of seeing the islands as a special place, someone feels its healing qualities, and someone who lives there and believes that part of his responsibilities is stewardship for the future, I would like to raise a few points with the committee. The document itself would better reflect what is needed for the islands, a mother plan, not a master plan. Mother Earth would approve such an approach. We are not the masters of nature, and when we have tried, we have failed. We need to be one with nature and ensure that the special qualities and the biodiversity continue for the future. So what, as a committee, can do? I've got three recommendations or requests of the committee. One, recognize there are limited capacity issues for increased recreation use and users. These islands are much more than a recreational park. They are fragile landforms built in sand that offer many different microclimates and support a wide diversity of flora and fauna. Though the islands themselves consist of 800 acres, when you remove the lands occupied by the airport, the water treatment plant, the parks yard, the marina, the yacht clubs, the Gibraltar Centre for the Arts, the Island Public School, Centreville, and the Toronto Island Community, just how much is left? Of the remaining lands, perhaps half of the lands are designated environmentally sensitive areas and are and should have limited recreational uses. So it's hard to measure as a citizen, but I assume that less than 150 acres of land are available for public recreation uses. Two, there is a need for more resources to protect and care for these islands. Anyone who visited the islands in recent years can see the sorry state of the park and its amenities. Will the committee recommend an increase to the budget for the active management and protection of the park? One suggestion in the plan is the need and opportunity for parks ambassadors to engage the public in understanding the significance of the park to future generations and helping to maintain the biodiversity and a healthy environment, and further their role to be encouraging respectful behavior for the park and, of course, with other visitors, which is also an issue. And three, there needs to be ongoing monitoring and engagement before future changes are introduced to the park. The committee can ensure that an ongoing community advisory committee is established to help oversee the implementation phase of this plan. There needs to be an effective voices for nature and not just recreational users on this advisory committee. The big challenge going forward is to ensure whatever decisions and investments are made are done in a nature-first approach, meaning they should enhance and protect biodiversity, help the city meet its zero emissions goals, and its commitment, which has already been referred to, the 30% protection by 2030. That's 30% of all lands and oceans protected under a nature contract, which the Government of Canada and the city have endorsed. Needless to say, I could talk for many hours about the wonders of the park. I thank you for your time, and I hope you'll take up the three suggestions I put forward.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you. Our next deputant is Jane Anderson. Thank you for joining us, Jane. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jane Anderson. I'm speaking as a member of the Toronto Lakefront community. We're a volunteer advocacy group whose mandate includes keeping the lakefront clean, safe, and accessible. We really appreciate all the details in the Toronto Island Master Plan and the quality of the report and the process. Today, I just wanted to focus on the beach accessibility part of the plan. I'm sorry. Is that better? Sorry. I'd like to focus on the beach accessibility part of the plan. Toronto Lakefront community has been advocating for improvements to beach accessibility for all Toronto beaches for several years. So I was pleased to read that future plans for the island include sand mats, all-terrain mobility devices, and floating wheelchairs. But in addition to what is being proposed, I'd like to recommend 2 additional things. One is installing railings in the water where the sand mats meet the water, because often people with mobility challenges just need a little extra support, especially on sand or where there are rocks and pebbles. And a railing would also help people with vision loss to navigate. And the second thing is to provide for accessible entry points into non-motorized vessels, such as canoes, kayaks, and stand-up paddleboards. So our question is there a way to engage the Aquatic Accessibility Division of Parks to advise on what is possible in terms of water access? And should internal resources not have the expertise, we would recommend the city approve a budget for an external accessibility consultant with experience in beach accessibility. We agree with the report that a fully accessible beach means that paths of travel must lead to the water's edge. And based on that, none of Toronto's beaches are fully accessible today, but we support Parks, Forestry, and Recreation's commitment to make all our beaches accessible prior to implementing the full island implementation. But we do advocate for access into the water and the ability to enjoy the sandy beach without barriers. And finally, on a recent visit to Wards Island and Center Island beaches, I noticed that the plastic accessibility mats at both beaches are in a state of disrepair. But I've spoken to the manager of Waterfront Parks about replacing them. He's very committed to addressing the issue in the short term, and I just want to offer our support and thanks to Parks for the commitment to improving beach accessibility throughout the city. And not waiting for the island master plan implementation to achieve this goal. So we're asking the city to support a budget for Parks, Forestry, and Recreation towards that goal. But I'm very encouraged by the island master plan, that one day all our Toronto beaches will be fully accessible and inclusive. So thank you for your consideration of our suggestions and some of our observations.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Leila Plavins, followed by RJ Steenstra. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm here again only because I wasn't aware I couldn't combine the earlier plant-based treaty-oriented talk. I want to say, well, my issue is surrounding the waterfront, just somewhat east of Jack Layton Ferry Terminal and the waterfront by and large, specifically. I'd like to take this opportunity to address something that has bothered me pertaining to urban wildlife, and this does really tie up with biodiversity in the master plan and so forth. We need to protect all the plants and animals. So nevertheless, specifically, I talk about the boardwalk areas around Queens Quay. And it's been a number of years now, as a cyclist, I pass by, and through my associations with animal rights groups and so on, we come upon instances where a lot of deceased animals are found washed up towards the water treatment center at the foot of Jarvis Street around Queens Quay, I think adjacent to Irene Restaurant, what have you. I invite you to take a walk around that water front and all the way to the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. You will see that the drop is about 6 feet into the water. And this is very pertinent because much of the urban wildlife gravitate towards the water. Raccoons in particular, opossums, and we all love them. It's our duty to preserve and conserve them and maintain, their welfare and safety. And the fact is they fall in the water or they proactively, with intent, go probably down by Jarvis where there's a beach. They enter the water and tiring cannot get back up on land. Thus they drown. So having talked now for 2 years with just employees, I assume of the City of Toronto because they're wearing hard hats and they're down there at the waterfront. They say that they get an amalgamation of deceased animals every year when there's no ice on the water. This is very critical. It is our duty to look into this. Thus, I did some research and it has been done in countries like ramps, I should say, ladders as such, have been implemented affixed to shorelines and docks in countries like Argentina, the United States, and Germany, and so on. And they have proved successful. My reference to that is an organization, I'm just looking for it now, but it has diminished the number of animals that have passed away. Insofar as the area, it is not only raccoons and opossums, rabbits, squirrels, and other animals perish because they cannot climb out. The waters, there is nothing to grasp onto. And this is the same as canals and other man-made bodies of waters around the world. So it's not exclusive to the waterfront, but it sure can be applied to around Toronto Island. There are raccoons, I've researched, there are forms of wildlife, and of course, on the mainland. It's really shattering to think that considering wildlife numbers are dwindling with extinction and climate change, that we cannot even take the time to look after what God put on the planet and we're here before us, frankly. It's extremely heartbreaking. It is our duty as humans to make these wildlife overpasses and underpasses. We have made ramps over highways and under highways, so we could in fact do something of this nature. The ramps can be structured from steel, from a type of timber wood with plants growing out of them to represent the natural shorelines. I mean, if they can save tapirs in Argentina, you know, I'm sure the waterfront and the Parks and Rec can save the raccoons in Toronto. So just food for thought. I thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is RJ Steenstra, followed by John Nishikawa. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair McKelvey, Deputy Mayor Malik, and committee members. My name is RJ Steenstra, and I'm the President and CEO of Ports Toronto. Today I speak not just for Ports Toronto, but for the countless Torontonians and Canadians who rely on Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is a key transportation hub critical for Toronto residents, businesses, healthcare, and the economy. I'm not here today to comment on the core plan itself, which we are supportive of and share many of the goals. However, we noted that within the plan, specifically section 4.6 in attachment 1, part 2, precisely speculates if the airport were to cease operating. This speculation is concerning on a number of levels and has serious transportation and economic ramifications if actioned. Also, contrary to the report, both Ports Toronto and Transport Canada have been definitive about the required timelines specific to runway end safety areas, or RESA, the need for a new tripart governing agreement, and the need for a transparent public consultation process specific to the future of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. As Transport Canada has officially communicated to the City of Toronto, RESA is a federal requirement for passenger airports, and in the case of Billy Bishop, must be operational in 2027. Safety is paramount to Ports Toronto, and Transport Canada's mandate for RESA by 2027 is non-negotiable. However, the current tripartite agreement does not provide sufficient time to amortize the RESA costs or the ability to construct an effective RESA that addresses the community issues. To suggest no timelines have been communicated by signatories or that no meaningful research work has been undertaken is inaccurate. Ports Toronto has been working with the City of Toronto since early 2023 on both RESA and the tripartite agreement, and in December 2023 officially requested that the City of Toronto commence public engagement on RESA firstly and the tripartite agreement. We cannot continue to wait for the City. On July 17th, 2024, Ports Toronto will begin community engagement on RESA requirements. Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport has operated on Toronto's waterfront for 85 years, establishing itself as a valuable asset by providing a transportation gateway for residents and visitors alike, enabling trade and tourism, driving economic activity, facilitating healthcare, and currently creating 2,500 direct jobs. Further, a recent $30 million commitment by the federal government proves that the airport is an integral part of the national economy and transportation infrastructure. The public also strongly supports the airport, with a recent Viewpoint study confirmed overwhelming support for this airport and support for its future, with only 8% of Torontonians expressing an unfavorable opinion of Billy Bishop Airport. Furthermore, 83% strongly agree that the airport should continue beyond the current tripartite agreement. We urge City Committee and Council to meaningfully engage in consultation process involving the City of Toronto, Transport Canada, Ports Toronto, and community to consider necessary amendments to the governing agreement and master plan. As we've already expressed to staff, this process should be done in close cooperation, collaboration, and consider best practices for comparable national and international airports, conformity with transformed TO and federal aviation sustainability frameworks, and ensure that the noise output is no larger than it is today. Such a report should come back to committee by the end of the year in order to make the governing agreement and timeline changes required. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Deputant? Councillor Pasternak has
Yes,
questions.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for coming to talk today. So if I caught your presentation correctly, the tripartite agreement must be renewed before 2027?
No, the tripartite agreement goes till 2033. However, within the tripartite agreement, we have the regulatory requirement around RISA, which has to be completed by 2027.
And your barriers to getting that done?
So currently, we're not enabled to do RISA through the tripartite agreement.
Now, opening that tripartite agreement is no easy task. We saw that with the JETS debate.
Right.
How do you plan on solving this?
Well, we absolutely have to collaborate and cooperate and ensure that we're constantly engaged to move through that process.
Okay. Now, the plan that's in front of us, you're here because you see some risk for the airport. I'd like you to flag where you see risk.
So as I stated early on, it's section 4.6, attachment 1, part 2.
And enlighten me, I fail to see how that puts the airport at risk.
Well, the statement is if the airport were to cease operating, and it mischaracterizes the engagement that we've had with the city. So what it suggests is that there's no engagement, and there is engagement.
But it's certainly not recommending the closure of the airport.
Well, we'll leave that up to you to debate. I would suggest that it does. It's the contemplation of it.
Okay, so what do you suggest to fix this problem? You feel you're engaged, but no one's listening, or you're not engaged, or what's really going on here?
Well, certainly we've asked for a report to come to council, and that has been a year in the making, and it still has not come to council yet. So what we're asking for is that this be considered by council and by staff, and a report come to council by the end of the year.
So the report's written by city staff?
Correct.
And you need that for
We're suggesting that
RISA,
by the end of the year.
for 2027?
That's correct, because there's timelines in order to enable RISA. So construction has to happen next spring.
I see. And they've started that, or there's an undertaking, or you just don't know what's going on?
Well, we've been asking for a report from the city for over a year now, and it continues to get delayed. So it hasn't come in front of council yet. So we're waiting for that.
If you want a
process
report, it
happen.
really should come to council.
Pardon?
It should come to council.
Yes, well, that's what I would suggest, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you for coming.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Additional questions of the Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next Deputant is John Nishikawa. Thank you for joining us, John. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so thank you very much for your time and consideration. My name is John Nishikawa. I'm a resident of Toronto's harbourfront. Due to the lack of green space, I consider Toronto Island to be my backyard. But today I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Toronto Ornithological Club. Now, our club has been in existence since 1934, and our many members are passionate about all things related to birds. One of the things our members do is we meticulously keep track and record of all the birds that we see throughout the year. And as a result, we have a database of information concerning the numbers and diversity of birds in Toronto that can go back decades. Now, many birds we know are now in decline, both in terms of number and diversity. And this is particularly true of shorebirds and aerial insectivores. So for those of you who don't know, aerial insectivores are species like swallows and swifts that feed on insects on the fly. Now, although our focus has always been on birds, it is well recognized that birds are an important indicator species reflecting the health of our environment. And any decline in the numbers and diversity of species means there's a reason to be concerned about the health of the environment and by association, the health of humans. So the birds are a proverbial canary in the coal mine. Now, Toronto is a city blessed with a waterfront that hosts many beautiful parks. You have Colonel Sam Smith, Humber Bay, East, West. We have Tommy Thompson Park. We have Scarborough Bluffs. Now, what all of these beautiful parks share in common is the fact that these were all constructed. And as a result of that, they've only been in existence for a time that you can measure in decades. But Toronto Island is unique because the natural history of Toronto Island predates the arrival of Europeans in North America. So as a result of that, the biodiversity of Toronto Island is particularly rich. And this is what has allowed birds to come to rest on the island, to feed on the island. And most important is that they breed on the island. And nothing epitomizes the breeding of birds more importantly right now than this year when a pair of bald eagles arrived on Toronto Island. They built a nest and they successfully raised 2 eaglets that have now fledged from the nest, which is an amazing piece of news for everybody. It's a point of celebration for the Indigenous community and anybody who cares about biodiversity in Toronto. Now, the reason that they came, they could have gone to High Park, they could have gone to Rouge Valley, but they decided to choose Toronto Island because Toronto Island has 6 environmentally significant areas, and it chose to build the nest in one of those environmentally significant areas. And the surrounding waters of Toronto Island provides lots of opportunity to find fish to feed the young. Now, Toronto Island's biodiversity is not strictly limited to birds. This year, a pair of river otters were found feeding on fish in one of the secluded bays of the island. And it's been a long, long time since river otters were ever observed in Toronto. So the island is a very special place and it requires special attention, not only to preserve the existing ESAs, but also to expand the natural areas. And this would add to Toronto's contribution to preserve 30% of the land by 2030. This was a commitment that was signed by Canada at the United Nations Biodiversity Conference, COP15, that was held in Montreal in 2022. The strategy of that meeting was to think globally about biodiversity, but to act locally. And the Toronto Island Master Plan is a great opportunity to act locally. Our club wants to acknowledge the many challenges that Toronto Island Master Plan team encountered by so many people who want to have input into the plan. The TMP, the Toronto Island Master Plan, has come a long way from its start a few years ago.
Final thought.
But the protection of the island is really important, and so we would love to have the advisory group that includes the participation of Toronto's nature community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our final speaker on this item is Reverend Dr. Sherry DeNova. Do we have in the house? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for giving me this time. Just wanted to say right off the bat, this is my 53rd Pride Parade this year. And the very first was on Hanlon's Point on the Toronto Island. I want to thank the Master Plan team and their consultation. I was part of that consultation. I know you're all on social media. If you look on X or Instagram or Facebook, you will see I just put up a picture of that first Pride in 1971. So in 1971, that was the first Pride. For those of you who don't know who I am. I was an MPP for almost 12 years at Queen's Park. I was the first LGBTQ critic at Queen's Park. I had the honor of doing Canada's first legalized same-sex wedding back some 23 years ago. I also introduced the first banning conversion therapy bill. I introduced also the first trans rights bill in Canada, and in fact in a major jurisdiction in North America, parent equality, and finally Trans Day of Remembrance at Queen's Park. So that's a little bit about my background. But why I'm here is because this is a critical historical place for the queer community, not just in Toronto, but across Canada. Hanlon's Point has been a place for queer cruising since the 50s and probably before. And it's also the place, as I say, for the first Pride. And by the way, the first Pride was political. Profoundly political. It was the same summer, the same people, Toronto Gay Action, that started the We Demand protest on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And that was the first, to our knowledge, quotes unquote, gay demonstration demanding rights for 2S LGBTQ plus people. Things, utopian items, like not to be fired from our jobs, like to be rented apartments to, like to have access to our children, and yes, to get married to those that we love. So those were the demands of the first demand protest on Parliament Hill in 1971. Same year, same group that met on Toronto Island on that day for the first Pride event. So that's why I'm here, to emphasize the importance. And I know that the committee has taken that into account. Just want to emphasize that point, that what we're looking for is some commemoration, historical commemoration there, a plaque, a something. You've got the picture in front of you. There is historic proof. It's also with Toronto Queer Archives. It's available to everyone. We can't forget it. We can't let it go. It's very important and very meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there, and your long service to the province and the city. Any questions?
Been a blast.
Okay. So with that, we now move to questions of staff, outside councillors. First, Deputy Mayor Malik, did you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the deputants. I have a few questions, and my first is just to hear a little bit more about the involvement and the consultation with Indigenous rights holders and communities during the process to develop the master plan.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Malik, through the chair. The Indigenous engagement was absolutely outlined as very important from the start of the project. And initiated, as I noted in the presentation, with an Indigenous ceremony, including elders, knowledge keepers, and sharing of wisdom, and a dance and fire ceremony. Indigenous rights holders and urban Indigenous communities have been included in all three phases of the project, including Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Huron-Wendat, Métis Council, Six Nations, and the urban Indigenous communities. And those conversations have really helped shape what has been identified in the goal of revealing the Indigenous significance within the plan.
And is there anything that the Indigenous Affairs Office wants to add about the process and the engagement?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will just quickly add on to what Howie shared, in that right from the beginning of this process, staff were really committed to making sure they sat and they listened and they worked with community. So Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, for example, as well as the urban Indigenous communities, upwards of 100,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, live in Toronto, access the island. It's a spiritual place for all of them. So they were very intentional on listening and incorporating ceremony, as you heard from Howie, throughout the process. Yes, there's more engagement to come. That's noted in the plan. The relationship building has certainly started. I was able to attend some of the, I think it was about 20 different engagement sessions with Indigenous communities, in addition to many conversations with the rights holders. And so the relationship, the trust building has definitely begun, and it will continue throughout the life of this work to implement what we've heard from community.
And is there any particular prioritization on the work that's moving forward that comes to mind for you?
I think what comes to mind for me now is, and it's also outlined in the plan, is what we've heard about Snake Island and the significance of that space and place, which I understand, and my colleagues in Parks, Forestry, and Rec can speak more to it. But some of that work with community to access that important space has already begun. So that's something in the near term that started that we can focus on. But I think just making sure throughout the course of the plan, whether it's the trail that's developed. I mean, we heard lots of amazing comments about the significance of our animal relatives on the island, making sure Indigenous voices can come together with community to make sure those animal relatives are cared for. I think, and just what's already happening, continue to listen, but making sure in all the different spaces and places that Indigenous voices are influencing where we go.
So just building on that, I'd like to hear a little bit more about how you've prioritized a nature-first approach to decision-making processes on the future of the Toronto Island through this plan.
Through the chair, noting that under the goal of supporting the natural environment, we've identified a number of priorities. Speaking to the light touch approach is the idea that really this is a balance that we want to ensure that we have spaces that are shored up infrastructure that's required for human activity, but that we are really prioritizing both existing natural spaces, environmental sensitive areas, and expanding them both to protect habitat as well as to reduce invasive species, tree canopy, and there's been work already done underway and work that's going to continue with TRCA to do that so that we're not going to impact those spaces further by adding any infrastructure that could compromise it, and we are expanding it and also building management plans, awareness, working in partnership with environmental groups so that it really is a combined effort that ensures that the island is resilient over time from a natural perspective.
I just have two more questions. The first one was just building on a question that one of the deputants raised about aquatic accessibility and engagement with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to review beach accessibility and what resources or expertise could be brought to bear through the plan to really focus with seriousness on that point.
Yeah, thank you, and really appreciated that deputation, and I think that will be absolute work we do. I know that we are already looking to install accessible beach mats at all supervised beaches by 2025, and some of the other suggestions that were mentioned today are ones that I will be following up with the deputant about with our aquatic team and our accessibility advisory committee that we have in Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. And if there is funding required, that would be something that we look through in the 2025 capital and operating budget submission.
Let me see if there's any more, and then we'll come back to it. Any other questions? Because maybe it gets covered there. Okay, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, I see that in the, first of all, I understand that significant chunks of the islands are classified as natural heritage under our official plan.
That's correct. The official plan identifies natural heritage areas as well as these 6 significant, environmentally significant areas referenced today by our deputants.
Right. And at page 3-47 of the official plan, it does specifically say that in natural heritage areas, activities will be limited to those that are compatible with the preservation of the natural features and ecological functions attributed to the areas. Does your plan do that?
That's correct in terms of the policies we have, and our master plan very much aligns with that.
Do you need any further council direction in order to put preservation of the natural features in the natural heritage areas first?
No, I think, again, it's emphasized in our official plan, but doubled down on in terms of our master plan vision.
Now, on slide 10 of your, thank you for your presentation, but I have to say that I was very concerned about slide 10, which shows that somewhere between 2034 and 2044, you're going to initiate management plans for the environmentally significant areas. That's way too late, isn't it?
I agree that's way too late, and that timeline actually does not quite align with what's referenced in the implementation chapter of the master plan, if you want to refer there.
Right, so this is not in fact an accurate representation.
Correct.
Now, you've worked with me to develop a motion, which has been advance circulated, requiring you to come back with a report on what resources you would need in order to get on with protecting the wetlands and environmentally significant areas of Toronto Islands. And you support that recommendation?
We do support that as next steps on the island, yes.
Okay. And what other direction do you need from this committee or from council in order to get on with protecting these rare and precious areas? You've heard from all of the people here. You've certainly heard from me and from Deputy Mayor Malik. These areas are important. They're irreplaceable. Do you need any further direction to take good care of them?
Through the chair, I do not believe we need further direction. I will note that the master plan sets out a broad framework where we're active in many different areas. We have been very much centralizing nature at the core of all the work we're doing, and I think the next steps for staff are to take what is that framework and move into the specific actions identified, including those management plans for the ESAs.
There's an international target for protecting at least 30% of land in order to give wildlife someplace to live and to preserve the ecological functions. What will you have to do to be able to set a protection target for the islands?
So through the chair, as mentioned in the comments back to you as well as in the master plan, the next phase of work would be digging into that detailed coordinated management plan for the island as well as the specific ESAs. We do have very large sections of the island currently protected as environmentally significant areas or wetlands. It would be a matter of looking at that mapping, relating that to potential targets we may bring forward. As you've mentioned, there's some very strong international standards to match, and then tailoring that more specifically to the environment on the island and the fact we're going probably well beyond 30%.
Right. When will you be able to come back to us with a grounded recommendation for a protection target?
Understanding the motion that's been developed and pre-circulated, we're meant to be coming back by the end of the year with further direction on that.
Okay, and you think you can do that?
Happy to do it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you also to the other deputies.
Thank you. Additional questions, we'll go back. Councillor Pasternak, and then you're saving 30 seconds for Deputy Mayor Malik. Don't forget.
So just some clarity on the airport. The master plan clearly points out that the airport was not part of the study, yet the Ports Toronto, I guess the Toronto Port Authority came down here with alarm bells going off on a passing reference that should the airport close and asking for a RISA report, which is a runway end safety area. Can you shed any light on what this report is they're waiting from city staff, and whether the report is anywhere at risk from what's before us?
Thank you for the question. I'll share the mic with David Stonehouse from City Planning in one moment to speak to the airport, but just to mention what we did in terms of the master plan, we did engage Ports Toronto throughout the course of the master plan study, and importantly, I would say, we are establishing a plan for all the park spaces immediately adjacent to the airport, as those ongoing discussions are deliberated in terms of what happens with the lease agreement, RISA, and the remainder. But David can speak to the ongoing work city staff are doing.
So just 2 points. The first, specific to the text in the plan around the continued use of the airport. So that plan quotes site and area specific policy number 194, which is part of our consolidated official plan. And the policy speaks to the supporting the continued use of the airport lands for aviation purposes as long as the airport operates. But it also talks about you know, if the airport were ever to close, if the airport were to cease operations, the lands would revert to park or a mix of park and residential uses. But back to, you know, the key thing about this policy is that the airport exists and it continues to exist as an aviation asset for the City of Toronto. And then in terms of the second part of your question, Councillor, we are targeting the fall, so October or November of this year, for a report on the RISA need and on the results of work that we're doing, working with Ports Toronto and working with Transport Canada.
Okay, thank you. So there's nothing before us that puts the airport at risk?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So recently, City Council adopted Members' Motion 19.18, a fixed link to the island. Does that align with what's before us? Can that, they've asked for this to be considered with a report back. Does it align with your plan?
Through the chair, the plan considers really creates a framework for other considerations for ease of access to the island. So it didn't exclude the opportunities for a fixed link. I don't see anything that's contradictory in the plan to that. It does prioritize the replacement of the ferries, which is current infrastructure and which we have a legislated mandate to provide. But we do have direction now from council to undertake an additional study around the fixed link.
Okay. Ferry Reserve Fund, I believe we set that up a number of years ago as the life of the ferries is coming to an end. Are we on track for timely ferry replacement?
Through the chair, yesterday the staff presented a report related to the procurement of the first two fully electric ferry vessels. That was at GGC yesterday and at City Council, matching up with this master plan item at the end of the month. And delivery of those is anticipated in 2026 and 2027, the first two vessels.
Okay. Last question is on flood mitigation. Seems to be a fairly urgent and expensive proposition for the islands, certainly in light of events from about 2.5, 3 years ago. Are we on track? Do we have partners on that? TRCA, federal government for funding the flood mitigation strategies?
Through the chair, the TRCA is a core partner in the work we're doing. They're both in terms of actual implementation in the waters, as well as an EA that's wrapping up this year. We have applied for federal funding and received some of that, but require additional funding for the full protection of the island in terms of flood risk.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, you had one additional question.
Thank you very much. I just want to hear a little bit more in my final question about the plan for an ongoing working group for the Toronto Island Park. Can you share a little bit more about the implementation of that working group, stakeholder engagement, the composition in terms of reference for that body and the role that it will play, particularly in light of what has been raised quite clearly from advocates for natural protection?
Through the chair, so we've certainly identified the need for ongoing stakeholder engagement with advocates and interested parties. So the intention, in addition to the established Hamlin's Point Beach Working Group that you gave us direction to establish and is working very effectively with us, we would be intending on establishing and building on the community advisory groups that have participated in the master plan. Those could include island residents, businesses, visitors, and other interest groups. It will help us prioritize, keep us accountable for the delivery of the plan, and we would develop terms of references with those groups in terms of what their mandates would be, frequency of meetings, membership composition, etc.
Okay, we'll now move.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, it's Councillor Fletcher, and I've been
Hi.
popping in and out. Hi.
I
And
suppose you would
didn't
like
realize
us
we-
to change the order and go back to outside councillors and let you ask questions?
Well, I'm not really outside. I'm just not on the
Not on the
committee.
committee? We can do that, 5 minutes.
I don't need 5 minutes. I just need a couple of questions, if you don't mind. May I do that?
Yeah, your time's going.
Oh, thank you. I see it's moving. I just wanted to follow up on that question from the deputy mayor, and it was to do with any group. And what's the relationship with the TRCA on Toronto Island? Because I think environmentally significant locations, the TRCA has some mandate around those.
Councillor Fletcher, Joanna from the TRCA is here, and she can actually speak to that in detail. 1 second.
Thank you.
Fair. So the Toronto Islands fall within the Toronto waterfront screening area. And as such, we act as a partner with the City of Toronto, and we provide support to them in delivering any programs and services and provide our expertise to Parks, Forestry, and Recreation and the other divisions.
Sorry, if the city wanted to do something to the environmentally sensitive wetland, then what would the role of TRCA be at that point? You'd have to get a permit. City would have to get a permit, correct? I'm just looking at the governance of these lands, the environmental, the sensitive ones, provincially significant wetlands.
Screening area. Okay. Mentioned the Toronto Islands fall within the waterfront screening area, which is the special governance for the central waterfront. And so the TRCA provides a supportive role, but the primary permit and reviewing goes through the City of Toronto city planning, and Paul could speak to that in more detail.
Sure, just to supplement, Councillor, if there was some, if a proposal was of the nature that required an environmental assessment, which is maybe what you're talking about, that certainly would have a higher regulation threshold as well.
By who? With my understanding, and we deal with a lot of lands, that TRCA has to be, at the end of the day, you have to get a permit for those lands, like Duffin's Creek and other places, to do something on it.
We can follow up if there's specificity in terms of the proposal or project you're considering. It depends on the scale.
No, I'm not considering. I'm asking in general. I'm looking at a governance overview here, please. Maybe you need to get that information for council.
So we can provide
Okay.
We'll follow up with you at council and happy to answer that
What
question.
permissions are required, what the
Understood.
process is, whether it's Riverdale Park with the garbage dump or Toronto Islands with significantly wetlands or anywhere else, Duffin's Creek, anywhere else, what's that relationship with the city and the TRCA? And I think that needs to be very clear to everybody. I do believe that there's some kind of dotted line, so let's be clear on that. And the other thing is, I'm very interested now in the Eastern Gap, and I know that we're going to be studying a fixed link, but I'm very interested in your knowledge, Mr. Farish, about the shipping lane, the Eastern Gap. Is it just an empty piece of water, or is it actually a shipping lane, I think, with quite a few major freighters delivering in and out of the inner harbor, correct? Can you tell me the numbers?
Certainly, Councillor. So the Eastern Gap or the Eastern Channel is the main and only entryway for any large vessel coming into the inner harbor. And according to Ports Toronto, as of last year, over 180 cargo ships, that being larger vessels, 180 cargo ships traveled into the port via the Eastern Gap, and 45 cruise ships, which are very important to our tourism economy.
Would you feel that you're able to comment on economic development importance of 180 cargo ships delivering sugar, taking in salt, taking out concrete, many other things that go in and out of the harbor? Is that something that you feel comfortable with, or better ask to economic development to tell us about that?
I think if those in the room or those watching online can appreciate the volume of traffic there, that's essential to the functioning of the city, both economically as well as just the systems based on the goods coming in, whether it's salt, whether it's sugar, other means.
Have you heard anything from Ports Toronto about this process or this plan or had a chance to discuss that with them? Because somehow this is now only at this committee when it also needs to be at Economic Development Committee if the Eastern Gap is going to be considered.
Through the chair, as was answered to a previous question, we heavily consulted or actively consulted with Ports Toronto through the course of the Parks Master Plan process. That said, no consultation in that context related to the Eastern Channel or a fixed link consideration, since that's a new council direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's it on questions. Speakers on this item outside councillors first, Deputy Mayor Malik, and then who else do we have to speak? I'll do list, and then Councillor Sachs, and then I'll be moving a motion on Deputy Mayor Malik's behalf.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and for everyone's engagement today and through this entire process. As we have mentioned and established, and we know dearly, Toronto Island Park is a beloved jewel in our city, and it is visited by at least 1.4 million people every single year. And I've been visiting the Toronto Island for as long as I can remember. My parents immigrated to Canada more than 50 years ago and made Toronto their first home together. And from the moment that they got to Toronto, fell in love with the waterfront and the Toronto Island. And that is a love that I bring into this role, and with a lot of pride representing our Toronto Island and our downtown communities and our central waterfront. And for downtown residents like me who don't have backyards of our own, for those of us who are making trips from across the city for a special day on the island, and for visitors from near and far who we tell to come and visit the island because of the special experience and place that it is, the Toronto Island Park is such an important green space, gathering space, and refuge for all of us. And that's why I'm so excited to see the Toronto Island Park Master Plan and its roadmap to make this beloved park even better. The plan is a vision for improvement over the next 25 years. We've heard that over and over again today. And it is a management plan with 6 important goals to guide new projects and to give direction and accountability for what that looks like, including engagement with community and stakeholders and the partners that we have who have the expertise. Because as we've also heard, the Toronto Island Park doesn't exist just on its own. It's in a city, in a harbor that has many different uses and many different relationships to manage and consider as well. And there are a large number of priorities that will be advanced through this plan. Through my engagement, I heard enthusiasm for many of these areas of improvement, including a few that I really want to highlight here today. Grounding the plan for this space and reconciliation and supporting actions for Indigenous placekeeping, celebrating Indigenous heritage, culture, and presence, and enhancing Indigenous education and solidarity through our work. Recognizing Toronto Island as a place of ecological importance and connected in complex ways to local and regional natural systems, and this means putting nature first in decision-making processes for the island. Access to the island being a high priority, making the journey to Toronto Island Park easier, removing barriers, and making the experience getting to the island and coming back as wonderful as it can be, as wonderful as it is to be there. And making the island a year-round destination. We all know that we love the island during the summer months, with more and more of us heading to the island in all seasons. And that means new seasonal programming and facilities for people to have shelter and a bite to eat 365 days a year. And through extensive consultations, we learned so much more from each other about what we hold special about Toronto Island. And through the care and attention of community activists and users, city staff through this process brought forward a fuller recognition of Toronto Island and Hanlan's Point Beach and the surrounding area as a place of significance to 2S LGBTQIA+ communities, and it has brought forward more ways to commemorate, protect, and enhance this important space. And the work to implement the master plan will be done through project priorities for the short, medium, and long term, with the necessary and important review built in every 5 years for us to reassess the state of those priorities. And I'm glad that this work has already begun in small and big ways to improve the ferry experience. We've seen some of that through the summer with additional shade structures, signage, and crowd management processes. And I'm so pleased to see that we're moving forward with the newer faster and larger capacity ferries, taking the next step just yesterday at General Government Committee with thanks to my colleagues. And we will see engagement continue for this project, first and foremost, as we heard, with Indigenous treaty holders and communities, and through an ongoing active working group with stakeholders from a range of groups, including those advocating for and championing ecological considerations. And I'm grateful to Deputy Mayor McKelvey for moving my motion to ensure your voices will continue to be heard as implementation moves forward. Thank you to Torontonians for their input, engagement, and commitment to be a part of this process, and to all who have written and showed up and deputed today and throughout this process. I want to thank city staff, particularly Lori Ellis, for her leadership. I know there have been so many challenging and competing interests and opinions and considerations, and to hold those all with incredible amount of care and consideration to get us to this point is appreciated. To the consultant teams that have guided the engagement through this extensive planning process, thank you to them as well. And we know that there are many city staff across the city, and we heard it here at the committee, who have been engaged in the work on the Toronto Island, including staff that are preparing a report on enabling runway and safety areas in a way that meets federal timelines to address any concerns that might be raised here that we heard from Ports Toronto today. And finally, I want to share my deep appreciation to the many stakeholders who have contributed their time and their care to informing this process. I'm so excited for us to take this next step and to continue to move forward through council and hit the ground running with this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the clerks are getting your motion ready, so I gave you an extra minute. So, Councillor Sachs.
I'm here too. Not on the committee.
Councillor Fletcher first then.
Thank you. Being an outsider. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. And this is a pretty exciting moment that to look at the island. When I chaired this committee many years ago, we did an exercise of identifying parks and designating them based on certain things. And that would be destination parks, regional parks, sports parks, local parks, little parkettes. And the number one park in the city of Toronto as a destination park is the island. It was very clear then, and it's still very clear now. I would say it's the number one tourist destination spot. When people come to Toronto, that's where they go. They go on the ferry, they go to the island. And I have to say that the ferry experience is really one that is part of the charm of the Toronto Islands. Probably there are, and it's also where people go for big activities. So Caravana was on the island previously. Many different things have been on the island. But it is also, as we've heard, a very significant environmental location. And when we think about how this place got formed, it was formed just basically out of a disaster. It wasn't there a couple of hundred years ago. It was created, as much of our waterfront has been created. That was naturally created. The Leslie Street Spit has been humanly created. But we have such a rich waterfront, and I'd really like us to nest the island, not just as a standalone, but on as part of our incredible waterfront across the city. When you think about the city of Toronto, when we market it, and often we probably don't give it enough credit, we have 3 large rivers and river valleys that run entirely through our city that are green and beautiful, breathing spaces, the trees creating all the wonderful air cleaning during the day. And they're simply respites for everyone. I don't go to the Humber River, but people, I'm watching them on their stand-up paddle boards. They're going down the Humber River in their kayaks. They're doing everything. They're on the Marie Curtis Beach. I've been a couple of times out to your ward, Deputy Mayor, but I've not gone down the Rouge River. I've not gone to that beach. I've not done that. I have Cherry Beach. We have Woodbine Beach. We have so many great places, and we have the Leslie Street Spit. So if we just see this as one place where everybody's going to go all the time, I think that's wrong. we have a string of pearls across the waterfront. That's exceptional. Very few other cities actually have this. Find and name one that does. I don't think we could. So let's be so proud of what we've got and make sure that just as the Leslie Street Spit is ecologically significant, so is Toronto Island, so is the foot of the Rouge, so are the Humber River, so are so many parts of the Don. We are the guardians of that. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. And I see Councillor Morley and you were here from all across the city with our beautiful waterfront. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for her stewardship of this master plan and getting off to a rocky start with Hanlon's Point, but getting a quick course correction there. Because that is a significant location in the city, old city of Toronto, and has been for decades. So getting that right is really important. I also just want to flag what I was asking about the Eastern Gap and the notion of a fixed link, because when it, napkins are great and everything always looks good when you put it down, and then you have to go and say, oh, what about the 189 freighters bringing in goods, part of our economy? Maybe that's a location that looks great and could be very exciting, but just not practical unless we want to change the city's economy. So all of these threads need to work together. And I think that economic development needs to be brought into any conversation about the fixed link, Eastern Gap. Is that possible, feasible? Should we even be having it on the table? And I plan to do that at committee this Thursday, Madam Chair. Thanks very much, everybody. It's been a pleasure being here with you this morning.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a motion, or I guess I have two motions. The first one, and both of them respond to the requests of the deputants about biodiversity. Again, thank you very much for all of your work on this and analysis, and for reaching out to me as well as to Deputy Mayor Malik. And I've been working with staff, including late last night and on my bike this morning on the way to work, to come up with the best that we can do at this moment. And so this is the first part, is asking our PFR staff to come back to council this fall and tell us what resources you need to actually get on. I mean, I was delighted to hear the presentation was wildly wrong in saying that we're not going to initiate management plans for these ESAs until sometime a decade or two from now. That would have been disastrous. But we do need to know what's needed to get on with that. So that's the first motion. And my second motion, again, responding to the requests of the deputants, is we shouldn't wait 5 years to find out whether we're making any progress. This is the jewel of the city. I mean, I know everybody's talking about when their family came here, we went to the island. My family came here in 1898 and they went to the island and they fell in love. As well as to Sunnyside Beach. And really, this is such an important part of the city for all of the humans, but also for all the creatures who were here before we were, and with whom we share this place, and for whom we leave so little space. So staff have graciously agreed to come back with a progress report in 3 years, not in 5, and in the meantime, we will hear more later this year. So those are my two motions on that. And you did already, again, thank you to Diana and your group pointing out the requirement in the official plan for protection of natural heritage areas, and we have the confirmation of the park staff. They know it, they've got it, it's in effect. They don't need any more for as of now. Please keep an eye on them. If there's a problem, let me know. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you had remarks as well?
Yeah, I'm going to keep my comments brief and save most of them for council, but I wanted to thank staff for their work on this remarkable plan. I think we can all agree, and the comments have made clear, that our islands are one of the greatest assets of the city of Toronto. To have a freshwater waterfront that we take carriage of and we take care of is clearly unique and vital. Clearly, there's some major challenges ahead. The flood mitigation, perhaps one of the top ones, making sure that we transition into the new ferry replacement plan. And getting to the island is not a cheap affair. A family of 4, it's $30 to hop the ferry and back. So exploring the idea of some kind of elevated footpath or link, I think is an option that we should take seriously. And of course, even though the airport was not part of the study, it just seems every time we talk about the island, the issue of the airport comes up. I think we've all heard it's a vital economic generator. It provides a vital service to our city. And I think we'll follow up at council to restate that. So thank you once again for staff on this wonderful documentation, and thank you to the local councillor and deputy mayor for carriage of this file. And I look forward to further discussion at council.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to move on behalf of Deputy Mayor Malik.
Peruzza, I want to speak as well.
Sure. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We prefer your cameras on.
Can you see me now?
Oh, yes, we can.
All right. Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for bringing it back into perspective for me. The island, I agree, is a beautiful park. It's a beautiful destination, and while I do not disagree that the ferry ride and a ferry ride around the islands could be a very charming experience and one that one would even be willing to pay for. But I think access to the island and access to the park has been limited for so long. And we were ready to blow our brains out on Rail Deck Park, billions of dollars, right? Full kilter, because we said, you know what, there's some areas of the cities that are park sufficient. You have lots and lots of people, but very, very little green space. And the island is a massive green space that should be enjoyed by everybody. Councillor Fletcher reminds me that the valleys, we got these river valleys. I was on the Humber River Trail this morning at 6 a.m. on my bike. It's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Rode for 30 kilometers, away and back. You're right, the oxygen level, it's green, it's quiet, it's absolutely gorgeous. There's lots more people on it, even at that hour in the morning. I wish that guy with the two kind of pit bulls would put him on a leash, and some people would sort of, walk on one side of the trail and hold their dogs shorter on a leash so that they don't walk on the right side and have their dog meander over to the left. Other than that, there's a lot of people out there enjoying these green spaces. But you know what? I'm one of 3 million Torontonians, right? And people are able to, go out into the different cayos and meander about on all the different islands, offshore. And I'm not saying that we should do that here with gravel and culverts, but I'm thinking that we shouldn't wait to connect the island to the mainland. And and I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for reminding me again that while the bulk of the island is something that is man-made, it's regrettable that we didn't make the linkages to be able to access those man-made places in the lake. And quite frankly, I don't think that Toronto and Torontonians should wait for the waters of the lake to continue to recede, so that, for the day that we're able to sort of walk, across to the islands, right? That because the water will no longer be there. What we should really do is take steps to better connect the island so that Torontonians can really enjoy it. And we're ready to blow big dollars on all kinds of other stuff. But when it comes to the islands, it's like, oh, there's an economy, there's ships. Oh no, it's complicated. Oh no, there's let's keep using ferries and let's limit. I remember as a young guy, and given my age, it's a few years ago. We used to, my family, my father, my uncles, and so on, would collect us all. And I remember we would attend the Chin picnic on the island. Absolutely beautiful. It was a beautiful, beautiful event. It was an opportunities for the sort of the families to get together, to bring some food, picnic. I remember them hauling these like baskets and stuff and things there on the ferry. And I remember the endless wait times to get to the island on the ferry, and they waited hours and hours and hours. And on the way back, at 10, 11 o'clock at night, it was just absolutely like, treacherous. But they did that because they wanted that experience, and they wanted us as as kids to have that experience. And it's so regrettable that things like that, like the Chin Picnic, aren't able to, and events like that can't take place on the island because people can't access it, because people can't get there. We've made it prohibitive, and it's really shameful.
Thank you. Okay, and final speaker is myself. I have a motion on behalf of the Deputy
for us
Mayor.
to keep it that way.
City Council direct General Manager Parks, Forestry and Rec to establish Toronto Island Working Group and convene regular meetings with stakeholders. So I'm moving that on behalf of Deputy Mayor Malik. Just great thanks to everybody that has been involved in the process. So we'll move to votes on the items. First motion, Councillor Sachs, around biodiversity. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Second item, Councillor Sachs adding a date for report back. All those in favor? All those opposed? Third motion on behalf of Deputy Mayor Malik about the working group. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Okay, so I'm going to propose we break a little early because we don't have time to get through any of the items. After lunch, we are going to do building emissions performance standards first because there's deputants, followed by the much anticipated presentation on winter snow. Yes, I want the presentation. We are not foregoing the presentation. And then, because then in the winter when it snows, there are no surprises. You have been briefed, appropriately briefed. And then we will finish up with the sewers item, unless Councillor Sachs, you can get those answered over lunch, in which case we'll release it. Okay, thank you. Meet back at 1:30. Emissions Performance Standards. We have two speakers. Our first speaker is Thomas McEwen. Do we have Thomas online? Oh, in the room. Okay, thank you for joining us, Thomas. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. My name is Thomas McEwen, manager of the Sustainable Investing and Operations Group at Oxford Properties. Oxford is the real estate business unit of the OMERS pension fund. So I want to talk about 3 themes today of Oxford's approach to net zero in the spirit of collaboration and idea sharing on the topic of the building emissions performance standards we're discussing today. So those 3 themes are integration of net zero and sustainability into Oxford's business, the importance of a data foundation, and as well the modeling and forecasting capabilities that we're building. So this is a complex graphic I've put up, but what I want the message to, the takeaway message from this is Oxford is going towards a decentralized model with our sustainability net zero strategy. We're embedding the tools and the capabilities of sustainability and net zero within our corporate and business functions. It is an increasingly demanding topic area, and it needs representation from all areas of the business. The second theme I want to stress is the importance of a data foundation. So Oxford is continuing to develop and bolster our investment grade energy and emissions data. That really is the first step in decarbonizing our portfolio. You can't manage what you can't measure. And I do want to commend the city for passing the regulation of the reporting on energy and water that will help the city collect that necessary data. The demand for this energy and emissions data is increasing globally from all of our stakeholders, whether it's tenants, partners, lenders, and regulators. This is a trend we've seen in the past few years, and we expect to see it increase. The last theme I'll talk to really quickly is our carbon emissions forecasting capabilities. I know this is something that the city spoke to in the outline of the building emissions standard. And so what we've done is we launched our internal carbon emission forecast model. It is based on CREM, which we feel is an industry-leading tool to evaluate buildings against a 1.5 degrees C warming scenario. What this tool does, it measures our emissions, calculates pathways to reduce the emissions, and sets targets both for the asset and the portfolio. We do this from top down and bottom up from our portfolio, top down being using estimates and archetypes and sectors of our buildings, and then from the bottom up, using the decarbonization toolkit that we've developed, where engineers are actually walking through the buildings with our asset management teams and coming up with costed, technically feasible measures to implement at our buildings. The outputs of this model include targets at the asset level, targets at the portfolio level, and how we can implement these measures will really be driven primarily by how cost-effective these measures are and the regulations that are in place in the markets that we operate in, and how fast we need to achieve these targets. So I'll just flash this up here. This is just a bit of context on Oxford's goals and our progress against those goals. So Oxford has a goal to reach net zero carbon globally by 2050, recognizing that some of the markets we operate in will have sooner targets, sooner markers for us to reach. We aim for a 50% reduction in carbon intensity by 2030 and have decarbonization studies complete at all of our assets by 2026. So progress against these targets, 22% reduction in emissions as of 23 against our 2019 baseline, 17% reduction in intensity, and just over half of our portfolio is either developing or has completed a study
to determine the decarbonization potential of the asset. So just closing remarks, Oxford is committed to providing support on the building emissions performance standards with the City of Toronto. So leave it to any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you very much for coming here today. I really appreciate you accepting my invitation. First of all, tell us a little bit more about Oxford. You obviously own and manage office buildings. You also own and manage residential buildings?
Correct, yeah. Oxford has, in Canada, residential, retail, life science, industrial, and office assets across Canada.
Right. Now, you mentioned CREM. CREM around here means corporate real estate management. That's probably not what you meant.
Right.
What did you mean by CREM?
Good clarification, thank you. CREM is the Carbon Risk Real Estate Monitor, and it's a tool from the EU. It's built with, I guess, the European markets in mind, and more recently it's come to North America as an industry-recognized tool. What the tool does is it takes all of the emissions that the world really could emit and still maintain a 1.5 degrees C warming scenario, and it allocates those emissions to sectors and regions globally, and then it gives a pathway line for buildings to try and decarbonize against that pathway based on the asset class that they are in.
Right. And is it equally applicable to large residential buildings as it is to office buildings?
It does have sectoral differences, and there are unique differences to the pathways that CREM has provided. The North American version of the CREM tool is currently under development. Oxford did contribute to some of the thinking and the strategic alignment of that tool. So it should be released later this year.
So I'm glad to hear you're making good progress in reducing fossil fuel use in your buildings. Does the technology that you need exist? And what are the obstacles to doing more faster?
In some buildings, it is an easier path to net zero than others, for sure. The technology does exist for say, for example, a low-rise, like an industrial building. But there are other archetypes or other end uses, like in a life science building, for example, with really high energy intense operations within, that the technology is still needed to develop.
Okay, leaving aside life science buildings, is the technology available to decarbonize high-rise residential buildings?
I think that question is has a lot of technical implications that I'd rather not have a firm position on.
Okay. In terms of the target structure, so this item is for the beginning of a consultation on the emission performance standard, which is the backbone of our Transform TO system. Do you recommend a single target in 2040 of net zero, or do you think we should have targets every 5 years?
I think that every building will have a unique journey. The construction of the building, depending on what year it was built and the building materials it was built with and the systems it has in place, every building has a CapEx life cycle of the systems in place, and I think an evolving target based on the building's unique standing point, where it's starting today, and where it needs to be, I think is a reasonable path.
So I think you said you prefer periodic targets, not just one at the end.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I would agree.
Now, you mentioned the importance of regulations. Why are regulations important? Why isn't asking everybody to be good and reduce their fossil fuel use enough?
I mean, in the markets where regulations on this topic already exist, it becomes something that asset owners have to underwrite into the overall performance of that asset from a financial perspective. If there is a penalty, if there is a reputational risk for not being in line with an emissions standard, it's something that may move the needle faster on getting a project greenlit. So it has its reputational and financial risks in the markets where it is already in place. So I think in markets where it's not in place, it would do a good job of setting the precedent to move things faster.
We'd get a lot more climate pollution reduction if we had a regulation.
In my personal opinion, I do think so, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions, the Deputant? I just have a quick question. So you've been a participant in the Green Will Initiative, and I just wanted to know how working with others, like how are you working with others on their net zero plans in the City of Toronto?
Myself or Oxford Properties?
Oxford, yeah.
Oxford Properties. I don't have the background on that, unfortunately.
Okay, I think it's great. It seems like everybody is coming together to share plans and work on joint procurement and stuff. So I just want to thank Oxford for their participation in that.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. That is our last speaker. Okay, so we'll move to questions of staff. Okay. Questions of staff? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, absolutely. So do you agree that a regulation is necessary to motivate building owners to make the investments to get off fossil gas?
Through the chair, we've identified EPS and mandatory EPS is a key tool in terms of reducing emissions in buildings in Toronto, as per the report and a number of previous reports.
Okay, and in terms of the making it easier for homeowners to move in this direction, have you considered a bulk buy program that the city could institute or support? In the way Ralph Torrey pointed out, that in order to bring the costs down dramatically, we've got to do bulk purchasing. What can we do to make that happen?
Through the chair, it is one of the tools that we've identified are potential programs. We have not done kind of the full due diligence on that, but we have seen it work in other jurisdictions, especially in the Maritimes, where we've seen a switch over in heat pumps, Nova Scotia, PEI, to help especially low-income residents to make the switch over out of, in that case, primarily oil heat, but we've seen that be really successful. So that is something that we've identified to look into further.
So you've identified it as?
As a tool to look into further and to do more due diligence in terms of program design.
Would you need council approval to have such a program?
I don't believe we need council approval. We've got various council direction to look at various programs, incentives, activities, so that would fall under the existing direction that we're working through.
Now, the original plan was for you to bring this bylaw to council by the end of 2024. Why are you now proposing to delay it 9 months? It gets it perilously close to the next election.
So through the chair, in terms of timing, when we brought forward the initial timeline as part of the long-term financial plan, that was ambitious. As we dug in further, looked at the technical work, the engagement we need to undertake, the work around kind of developing bylaw, all of that did extend the timelines. So this is kind of our best advice to council in terms of what a reasonable timeline is to get all of this work done, ensure we've done the proper consultation engagement, and we're able to bring back kind of a holistic set of advice, including support programs that would complement any bylaw direction.
If we broke it into chunks, are there any material pieces that could realistically be done earlier?
I'm sure we could identify some potential areas. For example, certain buildings will be easier if we focus on those. Those that we've dealt with more around the large buildings, for example, where we know that sector is more advanced, and also there's less buildings to look at, could be an opportunity. But we'd still be, constrained with the need to do the full engagement on kind of technical aspects, as well as some of the work related to kind of the legal parameters and implementation to support this as well. So probably could save some time, but I wouldn't want to speculate how much that would be. relative to our current plan.
Given the asset management cycles that our previous deputant mentioned, how much lead time do major building owners need to make these kinds of investments, given their normal investment cycle?
So I would say, through the chair, the sooner we're able to provide clarity, the better. We're 2040 is kind of one asset cycle away, if not past one asset cycle for assets that have been recently replaced. So the sooner we're able to provide clarity around that, I think it will provide a sense for people how to start integrating that into their future asset plans with that kind of 2040 target in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions to staff? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick one related to the engagement portion of this work. And thank you to staff, as always, for bringing this forward. There are some concerns have been flagged about bundling consultation specific to a regulatory tool, along with consultation around sort of tax and fee-based items like parking levy and stormwater charges. And I just wanted to check in with staff whether there's been some consideration given to how that might challenge us as it relates to the necessary regulations related to building performance standards.
Through the chair, it definitely has, and I think kind of underlines the guiding principles that were put forward today, focusing on equity, affordability, reasonableness, achievability, looking at the timelines, and ensuring that we're not, we're not coming forward with kind of preconceived set of ideas of where we'll go. I think a lot of what we will be looking to talk about is what is necessary to help people to make the changes to reduce their emissions and to support kind of the broader goals that they'll receive, whether it's operational savings, whether it's investments in their assets, all of those type of opportunities. So the approach we're taking is not necessarily that there's the preconceived outcome, but really around kind of how do we help people to be able to achieve climate action, but at the same time benefiting them both in the short term and long term.
That's great. So a safe summary to say it's not a matter of if we're going to move forward specific with the standards, but it's more so how we do that in consultation and on a journey with residents and community members.
Through the chair, I would say for certain buildings, we will look at some of the challenges and we will provide advice to council in terms of what those challenges may be and whether they can be addressed or not. So we will be approaching this with as you said, around if there may be certain instances where we'll provide advice that, other factors may need to be in place before some type of requirement should be in place, but we would also provide advice on other tools, the supports, programs, et cetera, that can help all buildings to move forward and all building owners to contribute in some way.
Great. Thank you so much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, speakers to this item. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I do want to thank the staff. This is an incredibly important, well, it's the backbone of our Transform TO plan. All of the commitments that Council's been making since 2017 about climate and about climate action depend on this regulation. We don't have any other really effective tools, and we see the impact of that in the annual reports that Environment Climate brings us, which shows that our emissions are on track to be worse than businesses planned. And I hope I don't need to remind anybody what's happening in the Caribbean right now with Hurricane Beryl, a meat grinder going through the Caribbean. And this is just the first storm of the first hurricane of the year. We've been told by the scientists that it's going to be extraordinarily bad this year because the ocean is so very hot and there's so little wind shear that we've got perfect conditions. And sure enough, we've got Beryl breaking every record there is for intensification and damage, and I don't know what's happened today in Jamaica because we've been here working. But we know that climate damage is here. It's getting worse rapidly. It's driving food costs up. It's putting hundreds of millions of people on the move, looking desperately for a safe place to go. And no, we don't control it here, but we do have a major opportunity to be doing our part, which also benefits us in better air quality, in bringing air conditioning to buildings, which are going to have it now and they never did before because the world is heating up, in improving health, in building green jobs in the city. We have so much to gain by acting and so much to lose by inaction. This is tremendously important. I know that Deputy Mayor McKelvey has a motion to bring, adding some recommendations here that I appreciate the opportunity to have worked on that. This is a really big deal and we have to get it right. So thank you to staff. This is just an interim report. Consultation is beginning. The hard work is still ahead, but this is an important step, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional speakers? Okay, I have a motion. This is providing additional direction to staff to, number one, request that we look at what the province is doing as well and see if we can get consistency. People are filling in the forms twice. Can we work together on this? Number two is to consult on, for small-scale existing residential buildings, on how we can first further expand funding and incentive programs. The third is to align our consultations that we have happening for the commercial parking level and the stormwater charge. So recognizing that we're going to the same people multiple times, and can we better align on that? And the fourth is looking at how we can, working with our utilities, in particular Toronto Hydro, which will have new leadership, as well as working with Enbridge, other utilities, so that we can look at how we can further promote existing programs, how we can further expand the home energy loan program, the high-rise retrofit loan program in collaboration with provincial and federal partners, and also, as Councillor Sachs talked about, how can we get some bulk procurement that can help drive down the costs on some of these things, in particular for homeowners. So asking city staff to work on that. So with that, I think we can move to the votes. The other vote was to receive, so we just have to vote on this one, right? So on the motion, I'll just wait till the screen's turned back. Okay, and the motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. Okay, so we will now move to, actually, did you still need to hold the sewer item? Okay, so we'll hold that. And then we will talk about everybody's favorite topic in July, snow. And we will have a presentation no longer than 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Don't start the clock yet, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Landy. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Infrastructure Committee. Very much appreciate being here to talk to you about snow and our winter maintenance program in July. We are launching what we would like to do as an annual report to Infrastructure Committee that we would plan to deliver after the winter season every year, to talk about the previous winter season lessons learned and what the plan is for future. This particular report, the first of its kind, includes, as I mentioned, the 2023 winter maintenance season and comparisons to previous years, 2024-25 winter season, and what we're going to be doing different, and then a major snow event response plan. And that is something that we had been asked to look at and have done a bunch of work on, and we are going to provide the overview of that as well. So just for last year, as you all know, it was a relatively light year in terms of snow. We got an average of about 121 centimeters of snowfall. That's what the average is over the last 5 years, rather, but in 2023-24, the average was only 51 centimeters of snowfall, so considerably less. And most of the typical snow events ranged from about, in 2023-24, about 1.5 to 12 centimeters. So it was a pretty mild season. We also made a number of changes to the way we do process in the 23-24 winter season, which I'll cover in a second. But one of the things I did want to flag is that despite the fact that we didn't have a lot of activations for plowing, we did have a lot of activations for general maintenance, anti-icing, salting. So we did have a considerable number of those. In fact, there were about the same number of anti-icing activations last year as there were in prior years. And so we still definitely had a lot of maintenance on the road. We also had a significantly less service requests, but of course we had a lighter season. Now we've also made a number of changes to how we work collaboratively with 311 and process changes that I think also had an impact on the way that we manage and direct service requests. And so we feel optimistic about that number, and we'll be looking forward to checking out next year's number to see how we did. Some of the improvements that we made for the 23-24 season included better utilization of GPS tracking, which many of you will remember if you followed along with the auditor was something that they definitely wanted us to make better use of, and we've done that to monitor not only our own location of work, but also contractor performance. Enhancing standardization and consistency among all our staff, so amongst the 11 winter services contracts that we're dealing with them consistently, that we are really focused on improving the customer service experience because there's a lot of people who engage with the city and connect with us during winter. And so we've created a customer experience working group with 311 to manage and improve our SR problem codes and messaging in order to get a better and more efficient experience. And there'll be more modifications and improvements that are going to be coming in the coming year and in the future. And now I'm going to turn it over to Vince Ferrazza to talk about the upcoming season.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Okay, so for the upcoming winter season, continuous improvement is very important for us when providing winter maintenance. A few of the things that we're planning on doing. Enhanced weather forecasting reports. This will include installing 2 new regional weather stations across the city, bringing us up to 10. We're going to have now enhanced reports from our contractor so that will include actual suggestions on how to treat when you get a certain amount of snow or a certain amount of weather. And we're going to have the actual weather provider meet with the contractor prior to every event. We're improving all of our snow winter maps. That will include now standardized service levels for all cycling infrastructure, transit stops, and having the appropriate winter road classification system. We're looking at piloting an automated salt spreader technology that is controlled by artificial intelligence. In essence, what it will do is it will read the road and weather conditions, and based on that information, determine how much salt should be applied. So we're looking at that, doing it at a few contractors. Reviewing driveway windrow operations to make it more efficient and fair for all, including looking at seniors and people living with disabilities. And also looking at a potential upcoming winter day where the community residents can come to the city and learn all about not just winter maintenance, but what the city provides for its residences during the winter. That could be tobogganing, skiing, all the services that the city has to offer. In terms of now a major snow event response plan. So a major snow event response plan is an action plan that's based on a vision and 6 guiding principles that will prioritize where snow removal will occur during a major event. It will ensure clarity to residents, businesses, and visitors on what to expect during a major event. It will clarify for our staff and our contractors what the roles and responsibilities are, and it will improve coordination with contract staff and our partner agencies. So what is the vision and the guiding principles? So city staff, along with partner agencies and members of the public through a public consultation process, created a vision statement and 6 guiding principles. The vision is to respond to major snow events in a way that ensures all residents, businesses, and visitors understand what is happening as the response unfolds, that there is transparent and timely communications about where and when snow will be removed from streets, bike lanes, and sidewalks, and that the city staff and contractors direct snow removal in an efficient and equitable manner and where there is the greatest demand. And that's where we then get into the 6 guiding principles, and that our plan will be based on safety, access, mobility, environment, efficiency, and communication. Now, we are also proposing a few changes to a few bylaws. The report will recommend an update to Chapter 950-506, which is the declaration of a major snow event and will enable parking and standing prohibitions during a major event. The changes will allow us now to declare a major snow event prior to the snow falling. Right now, we can only declare a major event after the snow accumulates. We're going to be now requesting that the change be made that we can declare before an event. That'll give us and staff the mobility, the flexibility to prepare, and also give the general public advance notice regarding parking prohibitions. The other update that we request is that we remove the need to renew the major snow event declaration every 72 hours. Right now, it only has a 72-hour time limit. We're requesting that that limit be removed. The other update that we would declare is for Chapter 937, which will add major snowstorms to the list of reasons why the General Manager of Transportation can fully close a road or highway for 24 hours in order to remove snow. In addition, we request an amendment to Chapter 27, which would exempt the General Manager from seeking Community Council approval. This will allow us to act in a timely manner. So it's a 5-stage process. The first stage is based on the principles, develop the plan, prioritize the areas where we will remove snow based on those 6 guiding principles, and then make it flexible and nimble enough so that when an event occurs, you can tweak it for every event. And that's item number 2, the action planning. Third action is implementation. 4th, we will track and document. And the 5th and final, we'll be doing a post-storm analysis. Now, responding to a major snow event requires coordination. Transportation Services will create an incident management team that will coordinate major storm response, but we will collaborate with Toronto Emergency Management as they develop as well an IMT, which we will participate. That's an interdivisional, interagency IMT, which we will be engaged with. In addition, we have already started engaging with many partner agencies such as the TTC, school boards, emergency services, and this will continue throughout each major snow event. Communication is critical as part of a response to a snow event. And even though you can tell people that there's going to be a major storm and it will disrupt their activities, we do have to provide sufficient notification and communication throughout an event. So what we're proposing is an actual education strategy. First thing is that every year we send out a mailer to every resident. That mailer will include now a panel to discuss about snow removal. And then throughout the actual event, a communication and media strategy, multi-platform, multi-language, that will provide real-time information and updates to our residents and to the councilor's office. In addition to that, we will update PlowTO, our online platform, to inform people of how snow removal is occurring. So next steps, after endorsement of the major snow response plan by City Council, we will develop the base plan, which will include the new priority roadmaps, assign updated snow operations for both our contractors and our in-house staff, and create a formal communication plan to proactively inform the public during a major snowstorm regarding timelines and removal operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know, 9 seconds over. 9
Okay.
seconds over.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah, there's no deputants, so you guys can stay for the questions if you want. Yeah. Questions, staff?
Okay, I have a couple. One of the things we find at the councilor end is there's always a pointing fingers between schools and the city on who's in charge of clearing the sidewalks and walkways to the buildings. Now, it's my understanding is the school boards and private schools are responsible for that. Is that correct?
So there is a chapter bylaw that indicates that a property owner must be clearing the snow in front of their property. This fact that the city does provide snow clearing on all sidewalks now across the city will in fact be clearing and removing snow in front of a school. The plan regarding removal will also prioritize school zones, school loading zones and school areas. So we recognize the significance of access and mobility to get to school, and will be a priority area where we'll be removing snow. But we have been engaged with the school boards. We've had that conversation, and we'll continue to have that conversation with respect to sidewalks and the property aligning each school.
Through the chair, I would just add, Councillor Pasternak, some of the challenges we get into every winter is that the school boards also do some plowing, like they plow out their driveways and some various areas, and so the snow moves around. So sometimes after we go and take care of it on the sidewalks or the run-ups to the school areas, then it gets moved around, and so it requires further coordination to make sure we can get it right as quickly as possible.
Okay, so there's overlap in jurisdiction. The school is technically responsible for clearing their parking lot, their pathways, their sidewalks in front.
Sidewalks in front, we will clear.
City responsibility. So hopefully between the two parties, it gets done.
That's right. And as I said, we've begun engaging with the school boards and talking about how we can coordinate our efforts to ensure that there isn't any consequences of potential duplication.
Yeah, I mean, the school board really needs those sidewalks and walkways cleared by, let's say, 8:30 in the morning. And based on our various protocols, we wouldn't be at an accumulation. We may not be at an accumulation rate by 8:30 a.m. on a.
So what we're proposing is strictly for snow removal, not our standard snow clearing. So we have our standard snow clearing standards service levels that we're not proposing being changed. What is being proposed here in front of this committee and ultimately council is a major snow event for major removal operations. That's when you get 25, 30, 40 centimeters. But the standard clearing operations regarding salting and plowing will still be in effect.
Stay the same?
Yes.
So we do get calls every winter from seniors or those who are disabled that the city has a little-known program where we will clear a private walkway to a front door. Is that an active program, or that is more aspirational?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, so there used to be a seniors snow clearing program before Transportation Services did all the sidewalk clearing. There is also, to my understanding, a program that is led through Social Development, Finance and Administration, where there's a certain amount of resources to work with community organizations to help manage and support seniors and people with disabilities during major weather events. And that's something that we're in conversation with SDF&A about how to better communicate that and if it's properly resourced given the extent of the need.
So we don't have an active program that will meet that request?
It's as to my understanding, the program through SDF&A is quite small. So we are working with that. And one of the points that Vince made in the presentation was about looking at windrows and how we can better address people with disabilities and seniors who have interest and need for windrows to be cleared in their area. And so that we would engage with SDF&A on that as well, so that we could try to figure out all the resources that we could bring to bear.
So, sort of the last question. One of the things we found, I believe, was in January of 2023, was we had a major snow event in the city.
We had, as you may recall, close to 50 centimeters of snow. That was in January 2022. There was an event in March of 2023 where we had about 20 to 25 centimeters.
All right, so I'm off by a year.
Seems like yesterday.
It seems like yesterday. We remember it well. When it comes to surface transit, having the buses on the road, now I realize you have enough headaches without worrying about TTC, but is there any jurisdiction or advice we can give TTC to get those buses off the road? Because stuck buses became 50% of the problem during that period.
So the other piece that Vince mentioned about the Toronto Emergency Management putting together a coordination table and activating for a major event, TTC is at that table. We also have a coordination table that Roger Brown in my shop organizes so that we can help to communicate and also use the resources in our traffic management center to have eyes on the street. So working more collaboratively with the TTC is something that we did learn certainly from that 2022 storm, when we did have to manage our operations in such a way that we could help them dig out in locations across the city. And so we're all, stronger when we work together. So certainly having them engaged.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Okay, I just have a couple questions.
Peruzza.
Okay, camera on, please. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yep, perfect. Not that I'm going to ask for my 30 seconds back. Oh, yeah, you got it. Oh,
I already reset you.
yeah, you did. You did. You know what? You're so fast. I love it. I'm sorry. So remind me, how much did we spend on snow removal last year? Like the whole winter maintenance program? It's like 120 million bucks or something, right? I forgot the number.
So for 2023, we spent approximately $129 million. So far for 2024, we have spent approximately $82 million. That's from January through to April.
So January to April, 82 million. Oh, I see, because our fiscal year, and then December 31st.
Correct.
So we start around November 15th, and we may actually take some snow out between November 15th and December 31st, right?
We actually begin some operations as early as late October. That's where we'll be applying liquid brine on the highways, hills, and bridges. So we actually begin winter maintenance as early as late October, sorry.
Right. Sorry, okay, I'm sorry, you're right. Because we bring in contractors and our contract runs. So whether we clear snow between late October or November 15th, when the actual sort of the snow clearing time kicks in to the end of the year, that's going to cost us some money. So we spent 82 million. What's that portion of the contract going to cost us this year? I just want to get a sense of what 2024 will cost us in terms of, like barring any major events, we're still going to have to, there's a minimum amount that we're going to have to pay out between whenever the season starts, late October to December 31st. What's that number, Vince, more or less?
So right now, for 2024, we have a budget of $139 million. That $139 million is made up of contractor costs, in-house costs, education, and salt purchase and application.
Perfect, yeah. So effectively the winter maintenance, and you have taken in a number of services in-house over the life. Remind me, when did we start this system of winter maintenance? I remember when I used to be a North York councillor, North York City staff, removed the snow. But at some point we went to sort of this contracted model. I think it was under when Mel Lastman was the mayor, correct?
I don't know the exact date, Councillor, but I could say that we have been contracting winter maintenance services for a number of years, a number of decades.
Right, a number of decades. And I remember, I mean, I do, part of what happens with someone like me is you get this long memory and the thing. And I remember it was under the sort of the Mel Lastman, when Mel was the mayor, that winter maintenance services got contracted out. So, and you'll agree, Vince, that over the life of, since we've been doing this service, that with climate change and all the sort of the different impacts, the freezing, the thawing, the clumping up of snow when we get the big snow and so on, that our winter maintenance, call it duties or work has evolved and changed over that time, correct? We have to plan differently now than we used to plan 20 years ago or 30 years ago, right?
So we plan also based on the fact that the infrastructure has changed. We have significantly more kilometers of cycling network. We also have additional sidewalk kilometers. So yes, we have changed our operations to essentially accommodate the fact that the infrastructure changed, but also the fact that there have been changes how people get around regarding mobility and how people need access to transit and so forth.
But Vince, you'll agree too that you've also, we also are now encountering a different kind of winter in winter maintenance. You know, the freezing, the thawing, the big clumps of snow on the street corners that we all complain about when it actually does snow, because the snow falls, we don't remove it in a timely way, and then the freeze comes in and it becomes a clump of ice, right? You'll admit that that's a different thing than when I was a kid.
Thank you. That's time.
Snow, right?
We'll let them respond.
Freeze, right?
That's time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the core elements of snow removal hasn't changed. We're still applying liquid brine, salting, and plowing. Those core fundamental services have continued for decades. Yes, we've made some adjustments based on conditions. Every winter event is different, and we've changed our infrastructure. But the core services of winter maintenance has consistently continued throughout the years.
Okay. I think I'm last on questions. You mentioned all the vehicles don't have GPS. When are we on track to have that complete in all the vehicles?
So all pieces of equipment do have GPS installed.
Okay.
That began the last winter season. So every piece of equipment has a GPS device worked. And in fact, the last winter season, I'm happy to say that very, very few of them, if any, actually malfunctioned. They all worked well.
The Windrow program, I just want to be clear, is this about areas that don't have Windrow right now and you're looking at seniors there? Like, what are you looking?
Yes.
So it's not, we're not revisiting removing it from the suburbs again?
No,
Okay.
the driveway windrow operation, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor, is to enhance efficiencies. We're not looking to remove, we're looking to enhance efficiencies, but as you indicated, where seniors and people with disabilities currently do not have that program, is there an opportunity to see if some alternative service delivery is available for them?
To you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure that it's clear that we've done a fair amount of consultation on a run-up to this report. We've had a working group that has had lots of people who have lived experience with disabilities to help us to prioritize the infrastructure that we get to first in a major snow event, and that is ongoing work. So it's not work that's going to stop, and we want to be able to make sure that, we heard from a number of people, and we've heard over the past couple of years that people feel isolated when there are storms, that they have challenges getting around, getting to transit during winter season. They feel like they really have a difficult time getting out. And so we really want to be sensitive to that, which is why, to Councillor Pasternak's question about SDF&A's program for senior support, that we want to make sure that's properly resourced and that people understand it, so that we have a suite of tools that can help people in addition to windrow clearing.
Okay, and then my final question is about sod damage. So I know you had a low number of service requests. Did the proportion of sod damage versus removal, like, I think part of the problem, if I understand it, is the ground's not frozen anymore, and the ground wasn't frozen and the plows go out, so you're more likely to have sod damage. So did we see that proportion or the sod damage calls were up?
This last winter, so the first winter season, we had approximately, I'll give you the numbers right now. Oh yes, we had 4,300 service requests for plow damage. In the last winter season, we just had over 1,200. And as of today, only about 100 service requests are still active. All the others have been repaired, fully restored. So we're certainly ahead of schedule than we were the first winter season.
So we had contractors that were telling people they were causing sod damage because the city requires their plows to be wider than the sidewalk. Is that factual? Like, have we been working through that with the contractor to stop that spread of misinformation?
Right. So the contract, in fact, does dictate what the length of the plow blade has to be in order to fit within a sidewalk. In addition, it also is adjustable, so it can operate either as a V or as a straight blade. And the length of the blade was not the reason why you had plow damage. It was because, as you indicated, the freeze-thaw. Also, we had some heavy snowfalls in the first winter season. And when you have a heavy snowfall, that first round of snow, you can't see the perimeter of that sidewalk. In addition to that, we also had some new drivers, new staff that were brought on. So it was a whole host of reasons why you had significantly higher plow damage. The second year, granted, we had less snow, but you had experienced drivers. Also, the contractors were able to do a lot more what we refer to as dry runs, practice runs, and they became familiar with the neighborhood. They became familiar with the infrastructure, and that certainly helped.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Move to speakers to this item. I just want to say thank you. I have gone out snow plowing at night on Christmas Day with my brother-in-law's maintenance company, and it is hard work, and you are away from your families. You don't get to celebrate the holidays like everybody else because you're on call or you have to go out. So I just want to thank all the city staff. I know it's summer and we're not thinking about winter, but I want to thank all the city staff that are out there overnight while we're snug in our cozy beds, making sure that in the morning when we get up and we need to leave for work, we have streets that are cleared, and they do a really excellent job. And so I think we have to take every opportunity we can to thank them. So thank you. I have a technical motion. Do I have a technical motion? I have a technical motion. I have a technical motion that I should have presented. Apologies. It is changing attachment 5 to attachment 7. Thank you. Okay, so I think we'll move to the vote.
Peruzza wants to speak. I have a motion as well.
You can't speak while eating lunch.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
It's a new rule of order.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Councilor Pasternak is absolutely correct, especially when it's a tasty lunch too, right? I have a motion, and it's really simple, really. Just sort of ask staff to, think about an alternative. First of all, I want to start out by saying I want to take a slightly different take than.
We don't have your motion.
My staff is sending it to the clerk, or should have sent it to the clerk.
So maybe you can. Great, we'll get it displayed. I'll tell you when it's displayed.
Really straightforward, simple. Do you have it? So I'm moving the motion. Can I just
Maybe,
speak to it, Madam Chair?
Madam
just
Chair,
so that
maybe he
the
can move
committee
that at
understands
council if it's something that's very important to him.
Are you close to displaying it? I think they're close to displaying it. Here you go. You can read it.
Yeah, it's self-explanatory. I don't need to read it. So Madam Chair, I just to provide a slightly different perspective on this. First of all, I want to give a shout out to staff. I get it. This is winter maintenance and removing snow off our streets and managing our streets and all of that is very, very complicated work. And you can only do the best with what you've got. So I believe we saddled staff with an ideological way of removing snow off our streets. And contrary to your view, I don't believe we do it very well. First of all, when you don't get any snow, like last year, I shoveled my driveway 3 times. Twice really shoveled. Once it was just a light thing, right? And we're spending $139 million on it, right? So it begs the question, right? So what are we doing with that money? If we're clearing snow 3 times, yeah, you find salting and some of those other things, I get it. But you're spending a whole lot of money. So when it doesn't snow, you know, you're $140 million out the door. On what? And when it does snow, what we have is a system now where we have contractors, and in a contracted system, where we don't have the variety of equipment to deal with the sort of the snow that we get now. Now we get really, really heavy snowfalls all at once. And because the saturation is so high, I mean, there's so much of it, it gets piled up. Because here's another thing we can't do. We can't add or force the contractors to add additional shifts, because if we do, it costs us exorbitant amounts of money. So when it does snow, we got to work with what we got to keep it within the budget. And we can't say add those other shifts to get that snow off the streets and do it fast. So what happens is the snow builds up and piles up, and then it freezes. Now, you've all heard the complaint. You can't get the bus stops. You can't get to whatever, because that's where the snow is piled up. Then we don't have the equipment to clear it. We don't have the bobcats and all those other things, because the contractors don't come with that variety. Look, Vince has done a great job, you know, in requiring them, you know, to do certain things, to go out, learn the streets. Some guy who's coming from, I don't know, St. John's, Newfoundland, you know, drives around in my ward, learns of the streets and so on, where the curbs may or may not be, the width of the roads and all the rest of it. But the reality is, it's not working. What we need to do is we need to now move to the next level. And we need to look at how, you know, we, you know, create variety within the system we got, and within, you know, sort of the budgeted, those big budgets, and get more out of it. Look, our streets are going to the dogs. Like last year, you know, you got the snow fell twice, you know, a third time really light, and you have all these guys sitting around in works yards on standby doing nothing, when they could be out filling potholes, doing other things. You know, getting the state of our streets in better shape. We need to look at those things. We can't just be stuck in a system that was basically handed to us, as I recall, by the
final thought. That's it. Time's up. Thank you. Okay, so we'll vote first on Councillor Peruzza's motion. We'll put it on this. Oh, sorry, mine's up first. Replacing attachment 5 with attachment 7. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Councillor Peruzza's motion.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor Peruzza. Do we have Councillor Morley online? All those opposed? Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Sachs, Deputy Mayor Morley, and myself. That fails 4-1. Our final item is, item is amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item as amended is Sewers and Water Supply Bylaws 2023 Compliance and Enforcement Annual Report. Councillor Sachs has questions.
Thank you very much. I see the report indicates an increase in spills reports. Can you tell us what's going on and what are we doing about it?
Through you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we're hoping is the communication program that we put in place to alert the public to call us as soon as they see spills. And spills could be anything. It can be people discharging pool water. It could be a spill they see in a creek or a ravine. And so what we're hoping is that more people are aware that they can call us and we will respond. So that's why we're seeing a greater number of people calling. As well, over the last couple of years, we've seen some very significant spills occur because of either a fire or a major accident. And in particular parts of our community, in the West End, we've seen that happen on several creeks. So I think there's a heightened awareness as well by the public that this can occur and it has significant environmental impacts, and that they could call the city for us to respond. So we think it's a combination of people becoming more aware and us then responding more quickly, because we have a spills response plan in place.
My biggest problem with this report is that we can't tell from this report if things are getting better or worse. You just gave us some stats from the previous year. Are things getting better or worse?
Through you, Madam Chair, the short answer is yes, things are getting better. The policing or enforcement of our bylaws are designed to do several things. One in particular is to protect the infrastructure that we have in place in the city, but primarily why? For two outcomes: to protect public health and to protect the environment. So what we do is we look at those as indicators. Earlier today, you heard a lot of commentary around the islands of how you've seen improved aquatic habitat and nesting sites for birds. So we work with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, who put out a report card on the quality and the health of our rivers and creeks and our inner harbor, and we've seen improvements over the years. So that's an example of how we kind of track the benefits of this. The thing that I would also point out, it is buried in the report, so I acknowledge it's a meaty report on just numbers as opposed to talking about outcomes. That was the way the report was originally designed, to just show year over year. But there is, for example, a chart way in the back that shows that we've delisted 160 of our 2,600 outfalls that we have on our storm program. Those were finding cross connections that were polluting our creeks over the years, and they are no longer doing that. So that's a significant improvement.
Well, I saw that, but I saw you keep finding cross connections every year, and it seems to take some time to get them repaired. Would it make sense to put more resources into tracking down and closing those cross connections so you don't have raw sewage filth going into the rivers and the lake?
Through the chair, so yes, so we do have a program, but it's difficult to find some cross connections. You have to work your way up through the sewer system. That, you imagine it as branches on a tree. We have to keep following the respective branches and using absorbent pads and then trying to track it down. In some cases, the discharge is episodic only. We see it at the outfall. We'll see the E. coli at that discharge point, but it's only being sent out intermittently by the source. And so it's hard to track sometimes. So we don't stop the program. It's a program that once we find a priority outfall, we are continuing to work up through that sewer shed. And until we get a repeat occurrence of a couple of years of clear at the outfall, then we delist it. And so it's been successful over the year. We delisted, as I said, 160. We've found 860 cross connections.
Right. So this report is very unhelpful in gauging outcomes in terms of water quality, beach closures, all the people who want to use Marie Curtis and can't go to the beach. Will you, in future years, give us a report that's clearer about trends and outcomes, and also let us know what you need so that you can actually keep the beaches clean?
Through the chair, yes, we can change the format of the report so it actually links to the outcomes, as opposed to just being an inventory count of what we did in the past year. So we can link the two. We'll show you what we did and the outcome from it and some improvements.
All right. What is it going to take to keep Marie Curtis Beach clean?
So Marie Curtis Beach will require extensive work because it's directly impacted by the Etobicoke Creek, which stretches up an urban watershed on both sides, the City of Toronto, as well as Peel Region. So that is the major issue that we have with Marie Curtis Park, is the influence of the creek coming in and all of the pollutants discharging all the way down. So the challenges there are more Mother Nature and a larger watershed than it is infrastructure related, where we've had success in other beaches.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Okay, speakers to this item.
I'm glad to hear we're going to have better reports from now on, because this report was singularly unhelpful, and I look forward to seeing better reports next year.
Okay, on the item.
I don't know, I just want to comment. This is a 38-page report, and
It's helpful.
I just want to thank staff for their work on this file.
Gratitude. See, it goes a long way. No, you did. Yeah, it's catchy. We're all thanking people today. Okay, all right. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries, confirming we have completed the agenda.
That's a wrap. Thank you, everybody.